It's Blake and Aaron's Spilling the Tea with Sandy.
K-Man's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
Well, good morning, Sandy. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Blake. How you doing?
Doing well. What do you got for us on a Wednesday morning?
So we have a possible, and we want to stress possible, case of bird flu, avian flu, detected in local poultry.
Oh, really?
So, yes, the announcement came yesterday that the Department of Agriculture and their veterinary staff are conducting preliminary rapid testing of all domestic poultry that have died of possible respiratory illness, because there is a suspicion that birds in a flock
together.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Have, resulted in 5 possible positive results. So they detected 5 possible positive results, and now they need to confirm those results by sending them to the internal reference laboratory.
How would that have gotten on island? Any idea?
It's a good question, and I don't know.
Maybe some chickens have been imported or something.
Yes, I mean, we did ask the question because someone did actually ask that, and basically what they said is that at some point it would have had to been imported.
Mm-hmm.
It would have to been introduced into the flock. So and they said that one of the most common pathways of introduction of the influenza is actually through contact with domestic and infected wild migratory birds. Yeah. So birds do fly. So we'll keep an eye on that situation. The Ombudsman's office has completed their investigation into the death of canine dog that I'm trying to remember his name now. My apologies, Baron, who passed away in September after being mishandled by a handler. And they made a number of suggestions to the RCIPS about the proper care and handling of their dogs, and they've also referred the file to the DPP's office. So it's interesting. We'll see what comes of that.
So they would refer that to that office to see if there's anything further to prosecute.
Yes, that's correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, not sure what the offense would be, but yes. 3 babies were all born in the late hours of New Year's Day. So congratulations to the parents we have Amir, Xavier, and James, all different parents, all different babies, all boys. And they were considered the first babies to be born in the new year.
Aw.
Yeah, so congratulations to them. Nothing like a New Year baby. Finally, a British tourist was shot and killed in what the police in Jamaica are saying was a contract killing.
What?
This is pretty crazy. Yes. The story, there's obviously more to this story than meets the eye, but this young man, his father claims that he was a personal trainer. Sean Patterson, 33 years old from West London, was found dead from gunshot wounds to his upper body and head on Monday, January the 2nd in St. James.
Oh my God.
Deputy Commissioner, of police said that the killing was indeed a contract killing that emanated from Britain. So they think somebody in Britain wanted to get to him, and they obviously had contacts in the UK, in Jamaica, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. So anyway, they had arrived just on December the 29th, and they were staying at an apartment after checking into a villa there in Bogue Hill on New Year's Day. So, seems like he might have been kind of in that life, and so it caught up with him. Pretty sad, but yeah.
Wow. Hey, this is some breaking news as we're wrapping up your headline. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm seeing that coming in as well. So I was going to just get to that. Apparently, there have been some flight delays because there's an FAA computer outage this morning. So flights across the U.S. are being impacted by the Federal Aviation Administration having some sort of an outage. and they have ordered airlines to pause all domestic flights until 9 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, everybody's grounded for the next hour and a half.
That's pretty crazy, right?
That is.
The last time that's happened was 9/11.
That is true. That'll be, I mean, you'll see flights flying in the sky, but you won't see any taking off for the next hour and a half. That is wild. That is going to cause a lot of flight delays and backups today.
Major. And it's so ironic because, of course, they were recently criticizing airlines about how they handled, like Spirit and so on, how they handled the recent weather conditions in the U.S. So,
well, I mean, the number one thing is safety, right? We don't want planes up there, crashing into each other. So if you don't have radar, you can't allow the flights to fly or take off.
And one final thing in local news, the Grand Court has their official opening today. So we will be carrying that live on Bobo. So if anybody would like to tune in, please do so.
All right. All right. We'll see you tomorrow for Thursday headlines. In the meantime, you can catch Sandy on Bobo 89.1 FM right now. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Have a good one. All right, folks. Good morning. As you can see, lots going on. We try to keep on top of it. Thank you so much to everyone who ensures I'm always in the know. Happy Wednesday, Hump Day Wednesday.
Bigger, better, bolder. The cold, hard truth is taking talk to the next level. Right here on Bobo 89.1 FM, Cayman's Community Radio.
We are still spilling the tea.
And committed to being part of the change that Cayman so desperately needs. Join Sandy Hill weekdays from 7:30 a.m. for Premier Access, Cayman Voices, Truthful Thursdays, and much more. Cayman's #1 talk show is now bigger, better, bolder, and more than talk. Getting results with hot topics, consumer reports, court exposés, and more.
I've come to set the record straight. I've come to shine the light on you. Let me introduce myself. I am the cold, hard truth.
Now, from the CMR studio in Grand Cayman.
Live. Direct.
It's the cold, hard truth. Now. Join the conversation on 345-936-2626.
That number again is
345-936-2626.
All right, folks, welcome. Happy Wednesday. So as indicated, we got a couple pieces of breaking news that's happening this morning. So everyone, of course, is definitely watching this situation with all domestic flights in the United States of America being grounded this morning. That's pretty big news. Like I said, the last time that has happened, to the best of my recollection, would have been 9/11. Obviously, they were grounded for very different reasons then. That probably, my apologies. Let me grab my tea. That probably extended beyond domestic flights, but ooh, what a day. Who was alive then? Because I keep forgetting that was quite a while ago. So some of you might not have actually experienced 9/11, but those of us who did, it's one of those events that you will always remember exactly where you were and what you were doing at that very moment that the news started to break. There was a terrorist attack on the United States of America. It will be a day that I think we will, if you were alive, it will be embedded in your memory. I think there's certain events, quite honestly, that always are embedded in your brain. You just can't forget them because they're such major events. So that was certainly one of them in my lifetime. I think the other one for me is I was still a child when the shuttle, the Challenger, actually blew up in midair. We were watching it in Florida. And that's another event that's like, where were you on this day in history? Well, I was in science class, 7th grade, with Mr. Gentile. That was his name. And I'll never forget him because he was kind of an odd science teacher. But he had a tarantula in the classroom. One second here. I'm just grabbing my links. So he had a tarantula in the classroom. And yes, he had a tarantula in the classroom, and he would feed it all the time. And you know what he fed the tarantula with? Like bugs, like roaches and crickets and stuff. And that's why it was so ew. I don't really like tarantulas anyway. But I could have lived with the tarantula, but it's what we had to do in terms of, oh, the tarantula needs to eat. Let's find a roach to feed the tarantula. But he always managed to find food. So yeah, I was in the 7th grade at that time. And I remember that he said, oh, we could all go outside and watch it. It was a nice clear day in Florida. And so on clear days, even in Tampa, you can go outside and you can watch the shuttles that take off into space. And back then, it seems like they did more space journeys than they do now for some reason. But anyway, it was one of the reasons that we were watching it is if memory serves me correctly, it was the first teacher that was also on board. And so there's a big thing with the teachers like, oh my gosh. So we went outside and we were watching it. And all of a sudden, I remember seeing this trail of smoke. And I was like, is that supposed to happen? Are they supposed, is that part of the takeoff? Like, I was confused as a kid. I wasn't really quite sure, to be honest. And then I think other people inside were watching it, like on the local news, CNN and stuff like that. And it was like, no, something has happened. That's not supposed to happen. And then we were all shuttled back inside to try to get some news coverage. My goodness. I think, collectively, there are times when things happen as a community that's like community-wide tragedy. And so it's pretty crazy, but that was definitely one of those things. And then for 9/11, which would probably be for me, the other kind of big event. I was in Cayman at the time, and I actually was at SEMA, and I remember us watching the news, and they're like, something has happened in New York. And then, of course, it was New York, it was Philadelphia, and then everybody was so shocked. And I remember thinking to myself that I was, funny enough, I was working in the insurance division. Somebody said nothing on radio. Should be. Okay, let me have Chuck check. But on my end, it looks fine. Let me just double check. Anybody else on radio that can hear me today? Not hearing anything on the radio. Okay. Okay. Bizarre, because it looks okay on my end, including my faders. So don't know. Let me check with Chuck to see what's shaking. I started it early this morning, so definitely not on my end. So let me just see here. Okay, let me get a hold of Chuck. So yes, so 9/11, I was sitting there, and because I was working in the insurance division, I remember the first time something happened, or the first time I saw like the first Twin Towers or whatever, I thought to myself, oh my God. I couldn't believe it. And then my next thought is I was in the insurance division at the time. So, like your logical brain, when something emotive happens like this, your logical brain takes over and you're like, what? And so let me just see. Yeah. Okay, he's going to check in and see what's going on. Should be back here shortly. All right. So yeah, my logical brain took over, and I remember thinking to myself, oh my God, this is going to be a huge, like this is going to actually change the insurance world in terms of how claims are done and the whole 9 yards. I don't really know why I was thinking that, but I think because my brain like legitimately could not like process the human loss element and how it was going to change the world in so many other ways that that was the only thing that my brain could relate to at that particular time. So pretty bizarre. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this situation. Good morning, Miss Vernita. Miss Siobhan is here. Gina's in the house. Princess Sapphire, Diamond Princess. Felicia Irvin is here. Oh gosh, let me get this name right. Dunieka says, I am from Cuba. Good morning, Senora. Buenos dias. Olivia's here. Omiria says, pleasant good morning, Sandy, in our 3 islands. I'm tuned in. Wee Wee's got it locked. Hello, Aliano. How are you? So, yes, Chuck is checking on that for me. Mhm. All right. Okay, so somebody says they're listening to Al Jazeera. Oh gosh. Uh-huh. All right, so there is okay, so I'm back now on radio. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I wonder what happened. Hmm. So good thing I have listeners out there that can tell me. Y'all are on it. I really appreciate it too. Because y'all like, listen, you're not on the radio, Sandy. Because yeah, sometimes I just don't know because I'm not actually hearing the live radio feed. And like I said, everything looks fine. I started early. Oh, it was a computer restart or something on their end. So yeah, these things happen. There's lots of moving parts, folks, to make this happen the way that it does. And I think there's some people who listen to the radio who don't even realize I'm not physically in the radio studio. I remember when the poor governor went there one time when he was coming on the show. And I was like, no, I'm physically not there. So it takes a minute for people to get used to that concept. But yeah, so the flights across the United States of America have been shut down this morning temporarily, hopefully. And I think, oh, Chuck was saying that they had popped something up on that and then it kind of kicked me out or something. So yes, this is what we know this morning, that flights across the US have been affected after the Federal Aviation Administration, and you guys know that the FAA runs everything in the US related to flights, has had some sort of an outage. They've grounded all domestic flights until they say 9 a.m. Eastern time to allow the agency to validate the integrity of flight and safety information. So, all of the rules that we have to subject ourselves to flying into American territory are dictated in the United States of America by the Federal Aviation Administration. So it has experienced a computer outage, which is a big deal. I don't know when the last time, I can't think of when this has ever happened before, but anyway, they have experienced a computer outage, and at least 108 flights are now listed as canceled. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. Let me just make sure that you guys can hear that. Okay. Give me one quick second here. I'm going to just back that up. And then we're going to pull that feed out because I want to make sure our radio folks can hear this as well. So we just get an update on exactly what's going on. So lots of people may be traveling this morning. And if you are, this is something that you will definitely want to keep an eye on. All right, so someone is saying that they actually can't hear the audio coming from that. So strange. Okay, I could hear it perfectly fine. The feed is under. We're like the FAA this morning. We're definitely having some technical issues. The feed on Facebook is gone again today, but YouTube is fine. So I think the person who's listening to Facebook. Hold on one second. So that was probably what it is. All right, 1 second here. Let me just double check something. Let's just tech day for tech issues today. What can I say? Give me 1 quick second here. So, okay, let me just start this over, and then I'm going to monitor whether or not you guys can hear this.
It's a sweeping outage. We want to get right to NBC's Tom Costello, who covers aviation for us. Tom, what do we know? How many flights do we think are impacted here?
Well, at the moment, we've got more than 1,100 flight delays, and at the moment, about 95 or so cancellations. That may change through the morning. Here's what we know. This is the computer system that's called NOTAM, it used to be called Notice to Airmen. Now it's called Notice of Air Missions. And the bottom line is, this is the computer system that pilots rely on to find out the latest information from the FAA on air safety, for example, on whether a runway is closed or perhaps airspace is closed because of military operations or a rocket launch. That system went down this morning. The FAA has been trying to get it back up, rebooting the system piece by piece. They say that they are making progress, but at the moment, still, this NOTAM computer system is not up and running at full capacity. And as a result, the ripple effect across the country is that flights are right now, some are taking off, but for the most part, many airlines, United, for example, says that it is simply not going to allow flights to depart right now because it needs this computer system up in terms of safety. You don't want pilots flying into an airport if, for example, a runway is shut down, for example, or there are particular safety advisories. So at the moment, that has slowed operations. It has not completely stopped operations. You can see we do see planes on the ramp moving on the tarmac there at LaGuardia. This will probably, though, even if they get the system up and running quickly, this will likely have an impact throughout the day. As you know, these things kind of cascade. The good news is, for the most part, the weather across the country right now, except in the Pacific Northwest, is really not a big factor. We can tell you that flights coming into the United States from Amsterdam, from Gatwick in London, also from Frankfurt, they are still inbound as we checked with those particular airports and those flight operations. But this is all about the Notice to Airmen. Again, Notice to Air Missions. They recently changed that. And as a result, this system, which is critical to air safety, is right now in sort of a hiccup stage. stage. By the way, you may recall that they had a similar problem affecting only air traffic in Florida. This was back on January 2nd, the most or one of the busiest travel days of the holiday season. And as a result, this system, which is several hours because of a computer problem.
So just real quick before I let you go, I know you want to report it out a little bit more, but is it just flights can't take off, or can they not land either? Because we saw all those flights in the air.
Yeah, if you're inbound, they're certainly going to allow flights to land. And then presumably you would have the controller tell the pilot, be advised this particular runway may be closed, just to reiterate what the knowledge they should already have. But they don't have that real-time information in front of them in the cockpit.
All right, Tom Costello, going to be a difficult day at our airports. Thank you very much. Keep us updated.
All right, folks.
This is a sweeping out.
As though travel was not difficult enough these days, there you go. There is a major outage this morning that is impacting a lot of people. So I've started a new Facebook feed. I've just sent that out to a few people. Just refreshing the page and you should have it. This is the second time this week that we've had some sort of Facebook outage right in the middle of the show. We just prompt it to restart, so it'll issue a new Facebook link. My apologies. All right, let's just keep moving. Sometimes that's all you can do in life with all these glitches. We love us some technology, but yeah, there are times when it kind of doesn't work all that great. But anyway, good morning. We've got some special guests who are going to be joining us in the studio this morning. So we do have Kevin Watler, who is here, and we're going to let him kind of lead this segment, which is on CPR and AED. Now, in the news recently, there have been some pretty high-profile instances of people having cardiac-related issues. The first one, of course, Kevin, that one made big news on a Football Monday. I think that was it week before last? Yeah, it's going by quickly already. We had an American football player actually have a cardiac incident on the football field, which is, I mean, it's shocking and it's crazy. But someone tackled him, and that tackle led to him actually having a heart attack, essentially. Young guy, 24 years old, if my memory serves me correctly. Looks like he's, fit as a fiddle. And yet, no matter how young or how fit you are, there's certain things that can happen to you that can certainly trigger and send you into cardiac arrest. Now, Kevin, before we bring our guests in the studio, can we talk a little bit about, because I know you're a member of the Cayman Islands Heart
Fund, yeah.
Heart Fund. And so the goal of that organization is to really make people, consider their heart health. They do educational and promotional events. They, sponsor people to help with, I think, medical bills and other things. And they also have a database of businesses that have AEDs on location so that anyone in theory can go online and see where the closest one is located. So Damar Hamlin's incident, he's a Buffalo Bills defensive back, has brought to the forefront something that really should be a normal conversation that we should be having all the time. But of course, most of us don't think about it until we are having literally a cardiac arrest or heart attack, right? So let's talk about you, though, because you were in a very, very interesting situation in that personally, you have to be extra careful with your heart. Can you share with our listeners who may not be familiar with the specifics of your condition, exactly why that is? Because they see you look young and fit as a fiddle, but you've got this sort of underlying condition.
Yeah, so I have a heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And this specific type of heart condition isn't because of any type of diet that I ever had throughout my life. It is a genetic type of cardiac issue. And so one of the things about this type of condition is you could live a lot of your life without necessarily being diagnosed with it, because there's still quite a lot of physicians and medical providers out there that don't necessarily screen for it, especially when you're a young person. And, they usually don't say or think that you might have some sort of heart condition. In fact, the statistics say 1 in 500 people do have this condition. But a lot of times the time they end up finding out that you do have it is when you're on someone's autopsy's table, which is not the way you should ever find out about a condition that could have been completely prevented in most of the cases. So my whole life, I was, growing up, I was never a big athletic type of person because my body just didn't let me.
Sorry, Kevin, 1 second. People are saying that they actually can't hear you. Give me 1 second. Go ahead, speak again for me.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think it's good.
All right. So yeah, I would be living my life. I was not very athletic, kind of hated doing anything sporty. And later on I found out kind of why. It's just because my body was telling me don't push the limits. As a young man, they always say, oh, you should work harder, push harder, especially when we were in PE classes. But I would be like, no, coach, I'm going to sit on the sideline. And listening to my body really, according to my doctors, likely saved my life because of how thick my heart was. The way I found out about it is one day I was just sick and tired of not being able to sleep well at night because my heart would start to race. I would start to have palpitations. But I also thought at the time it was because of my lifestyle. I was working Cayman 27 then, and as many of you in Cayman would remember, when I was there, I was pretty much the lead breaking news person. Back then, we had BBMs, our BlackBerry messages, and I had a bunch of phones that I was sending out breaking news all the time. We had a lot of different things that was going on at the time of the different robberies and the tit-for-tat murders back then. And so it kept Kenneth, Brian, and I up quite often. And I was a very heavy coffee drinker, and I never worked out, never went to the gym. So I really thought that it was likely linked to my diet, and I was avoiding going to the doctors to just be told you need to slow down and do things differently. But one night I was like, I could not sleep. My heart was just racing, and I was like, I can't do this every night. And so the next morning I went to get it checked out, and the rest is history, more or less. I was eventually diagnosed with this heart condition. I first had an AICD, which is like an advanced type of pacemaker. A lot more people are familiar with a pacemaker, but it's similar to a pacemaker, just a little bit more advanced, does a little bit more things than your typical pacemaker. And then eventually I had open heart surgery and got the issues, not ever going to be cured, but it is much better maintained. And around that time is when I started to work alongside with the Cayman Heart Fund. And was a volunteer, did their website and helped with managing their social media, was kind of in the background. And more recently, I'm actually now a board member for the Cayman Heart Fund, which is why I'm involved with them now.
Wow. And Kevin, this is the sort of thing that kills a lot of young people, apparently. I wouldn't say a lot, but it kills young people where they have no idea that they have it. And you hear of it like a young athlete just on a football field or swimming or whatever, just collapses and dies from a cardiac event. You're thinking, how on earth did that happen? This person seems so young and so fit. So this is one of those things that can certainly bring on.
And we actually had one in Cayman too, Sandy. When I was at Cayman 27 back then, there was a young footballer. His name was Jerome Graham. He, again, suffered some sort of incident on a field, and the ambulance came for him. They at first thought it was an asthma attack, is kind of what the rumors were saying at the time. And later on, as days went on, and unfortunately he did not make it. He did pass, and then they found out it was hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So these are things that we want to make sure we raise awareness with. And this is one condition out of so many other cardiac issues that are out there. Some are genetic, like what I have, but there's also others out there that are also lifestyle changes. We have to, make sure that our nice Caribbean diet, the nice food that we have, is not necessarily the best cardiac type of diet that we really need to have. And so, we need to really be smart with that. And one of our guests, he is an emergency medicine physician that we'll bring on shortly. He could talk a little bit more about, some of those things, as well as some of the things he sees in emergency medicine. And of course, we also have one of the other folks who work alongside of the Cayman Heart Fund, our admin person, who also could talk about the AEDs, because ultimately, regardless of, regardless of what is causing the heart issue, AEDs are out there that saves lives. We know it saves lives, and we want to make sure that we promote that. And of course, along with that, CPR as well too.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Paul Banerjee. Good morning, Dr. Banerjee. How are you? I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly.
Yes, you are. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Dr. Banerjee. So one of the wonderful things about Dr. Banerjee, I was able to work with Dr. Banerjee after I moved to the States. So, like I said, I had my open heart surgery. And when I had my surgery, this was the time Cayman 27 was also going through a lot of transitions with ownerships. And that's right around the time I left Cayman 27. And I ended up moving and living in Florida. And when the job that I ended up picking up when I was in Florida was with Polk County government, which is in Central Florida, in between Orlando and Tampa. And so with that, I was in charge of the communications, the public information for Polk County Fire Rescue. And Dr. Banerjee is the medical director, the EMS director for Polk County Fire Rescue, as well as an emergency medicine physician. And so that's how I got to meet Dr. Banerjee. He's very, very intelligent, very, very smart doctor, knows so much, and he's well respected emergency medicine physician, because again, he just has some unique set of skills. And so thought it was important to bring in someone from the medical side of things that deals with cardiac arrest, stroke, and sees that on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Banerjee, how often do you see patients coming in with a cardiac incident? Is that relatively common?
It is a lot more common now. In the emergency department, maybe you'll get one every 12 hours. In Polk County, we have about 1,000 cardiac arrests a year. So that's a lot. The majority are called asystole or PEA. About a third are called ventricular fibrillation or ventricular tachycardia. And those are the ones that need electricity to kind of convert what they had. You were talking about the Buffalo Bills football player. What he had is a condition called commotio cordis, which means you have a blunt chest trauma to the chest, and that can trigger your heart to go into ventricular tachycardia. And hats off to the paramedics who took care of them then. They did everything right. You have to work them on scene. You have to early defibrillation, and that's what saved his life.
Yeah, I made a note when I saw that article. I think they worked on him at least 9 minutes or 7 minutes, what is considered a relatively long period of time to try to bring someone back. And I'm guessing, of course, because he is young, that certainly helped him be able to survive this incident. And he seems to be, he's now been transferred to another facility, and he seems like he might actually make a full recovery. So is it just the case that there are certain sort of types of trauma that can just cause your heart to have issues like immediately? Like he got tackled. They said he stood up for a couple seconds and then he just collapsed.
Yeah, this is a very rare condition. It happens very, very rarely. It happens in baseball when a ball or something directly hits the chest at the right time, at the right beat, it'll trigger ventricular fibrillation. The only treatment really is early defibrillation. For every minute you don't get a pulse back, you have a 10% lower chance of getting resuscitation. So time is of the essence. Knowing what you're doing is of the essence. Early defibrillation is absolutely of the essence. And if you really wait more than like 10, 15 minutes, chances of survival are minimum. There's also things called like shock resistant ventricular fibrillation. So they have to do higher doses of ventricular fibrillation if they need to. But with this gentleman, what they did is once they got the pulse back, they took him to the hospital and they probably put him under therapeutic hypothermia, which is you induce a coma on somebody, you cool their body temperature down, which basically allows the body to reset in some ways, and you cool it down to 36 or 30 degrees Celsius, 33 degrees Celsius, and you keep them that way for 24 hours. What it does, it thins the blood, it allows the body to rest, it takes away a lot of the toxins that are building up in the brain, which causes a lot of people come back from cardiac arrest and be alive, but have some neurologic deficit. What this does is minimizes the neurologic deficit, because once you go into cardiac arrest, all these toxins build up in your brain. The goal of therapeutic hypothermia is to reduce those toxins, because by cooling the body down, our cells move slower, so they produce less waste. And so by producing less waste, you produce less brain injury. So that's the generic idea of how therapeutic hypothermia works. So after about 72 hours, they warm him up again, and that's probably what happened. And basically by Thursday, he was neurologically intact. Now he's in Buffalo doing rehab.
Wow. Really, really shocking and unbelievable. But I think it's also a reminder that, these things do happen, and having the medical expertise and personnel on hand who know how to deal with it is really what's critically important here. Now, most of us will never, as you say, that's rare. Most of us will probably never have that type of an incident. We're going to have cardiac issues because of lifestyle, because of our poor diets and those sorts of things. So let's go ahead and bring in Allie. Allie is a project coordinator over at the Cayman Islands Heart Fund. Good morning, Allie. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. Fantastic. So Allie, tell us a little bit about the Cayman Islands Heart Fund and what your remit is and what you're hoping to do through educating the public.
Yeah, so the Cayman Heart Fund is the national cardiovascular charity. So our mission is to reduce the incidence of cardiovascular disease in the island. And by cardiovascular diseases, we mean a generic term that involves anything to do with heart disease and stroke, because that's a cardiovascular condition. We have a kind of a threefold remit to educate the public, make them aware of their heart health, to try and reduce those figures. We do that through various different initiatives and programs, including Heart Heroes, which I know you attended last year. Our health screenings, so we do free public health screenings for the public so that they know their numbers, they know their risk of cardiovascular health, and they can make those lifestyle changes to try and reduce those incidents. We also influence to change policy to try and reduce the incidence of cardiovascular disease. So one of our biggest successes was working with the government on the Children's Health Task Force, which set the national policies for food in schools in the Cayman Islands. And we also have a support stream. So under that support stream, we do donations to for the good of the public. So back in 2016, we fundraised, and with all the fundraising from the public, we were able to buy an additional ambulance for the EMS and the Health Services Authority, which has saved countless lives through either instances of heart attacks or anything in the island. And under that remit of support, we provide life-saving devices such as AEDs. So we have an AED program where we supply AEDs to the community. We do it as a non-profit. So although we do sell them, we try and take on all the costs of the program to try and just cover our costs, so that we're keeping those AEDs at a really affordable price for the community. And through the sales of those AEDs, we put it into a donation program. So we are able to donate AEDs to organizations in need as well. So we've managed to donate AEDs to, we've been doing this since 2009. It's a really long program. And those AEDs have gone places like all the government schools, all the police stations and mobile units. Because usually the incidents of sudden cardiac arrest, it's usually the first responders on the scene, are the police or emergency services.
Right.
And yeah, it's a fantastic program that has saved lives. So I know we'll probably get into it in more detail, but sudden cardiac arrest is fairly rare. That's what people should, we don't want to scare people. We want people to know the signs of sudden cardiac arrest and what to do in those instances. But we have seen them on island, and our devices have been used and have saved lives.
So, Dr. Banerjee, Kevin was mentioning our lifestyle, especially here in the Caribbean. I went away after Christmas, and I was talking to my mother-in-law, saying that, I'm trying to lose 50 pounds. And she's like, what do you have to lose 50 pounds for? Caribbean people, men and women, like to be, some of us, a little bit fluffier. And the people around us almost encourage this unhealthy lifestyle. So I was saying to her that, the Caribbean diet is just so horrible. And I gave an example of this meal that she prepared for us, of her first meal in Jamaica. And she's like, well, what was wrong with that meal? We had lettuce on the table. And I laughed. I was just like, okay, we had so much starch. There was potatoes, rice, macaroni and cheese, chicken, and then a little bowl of just plain lettuce, right? No spring vegetables, no side vegetables, nothing. And so I said to her, that's actually like the worst possible meal. And she was thinking because she threw in a bowl of lettuce that somehow it became this healthy meal. And then, we had a really brief discussion about, even as Caribbean people, when we do introduce vegetables, we tend to cook them the wrong way. We fill them with salt and we saute them in butter and put sauces on them and all this stuff to make them taste good. And then we take away all the nutritional value. Even when we eat fish, we deep fry fish, which essentially strips it from all of its nutritional value. We have fish and fritters, There's just so much to our diet that is just horrific. And I gave up on the conversation because I realized that was a losing battle. She's almost 70. When you've lived that long, I'm like, you know what? Eat whatever you want. I've got to now try to make those lifestyle changes because, of course, when you grow up being fed certain things and you get used to a particular diet, it really does become hard to break out of that, right? And so a lot of it is culture. A lot of it is like, we love food. I always tell people on the show, jokingly, but I'm completely serious, about how much I really enjoy food. And for me, food is like part of socializing because we do it at funerals. We do it at weddings. You're upset, you're going to eat. You're happy, you're going to eat. And it's like normally all the wrong things. So let's talk a little bit about our lifestyles and how we are contributing to our own issues when it comes to heart health.
Well, I think everything in moderation is okay. The ideal diet is probably like the Mediterranean diet when they have basically fish, not fried, chicken, lean meat, fruit, vegetables, trying to have a caloric intake of about, say, 1,600 calories if you can. There's also things like intermittent fasting, which is another way of allowing your body to kind of recover. The food is important and you want it to taste good. You don't want to be eating cardboard your whole life so you can pretend to look good. And looking good doesn't mean you're healthy. So there's a lot of people with really bad cholesterol who look like Adonises on the beach. So the appearance and health are not correlated directly always. So there needs to be a medical component of checking your cholesterol, checking your heart status, making sure you're doing healthy choices. And something like change doesn't happen overnight. Right. It's kind of like you kind of have to wean yourself off the good stuff. I mean, there's a reason you guys in the Caribbean are very happy, right? Your food's good, your environment's great, you're happy people. Food has a lot to do with it. So I wouldn't say take it all away, just maybe add some nutritional value to your food. Look at high protein more so than carbs. And that itself will satisfy you and make you not as hungry.
It's hard. Now, Kevin has recently lost 30 pounds. Kevin, you're still doing good?
I am doing good. Of course, some of that was gained back because of Thanksgiving and Christmas, which was completely expected because there's no way I was going to be on my very restrictive lifestyle change over the Christmas and the holiday season, I should just say. And so I did lose 30 pounds. I did keto as well as intermittent fasting. So I kind of combined the two of them together. And over a 3-month period, I did shed my weight off pretty fast. I had no cheat days, not even one cheat day the entire time. I was very, very strict. And I had a lot of, my lean meats and a lot of veggies pretty much when I was in my eating window. And then, of course, it worked for me. I know it does not work for everyone. I know some people are like, oh, no, keto's bad for you, this, that, and the other. Well, you're not my doctor. I did clear it with my doctor. So that's what I tell people when they criticize me. And that's one of the things that I found as well, too. Everyone has an opinion on something. And I was getting so much feedback from so many different people. Listen to your body. Listen to your own medical providers and be smart with what you do. That's my best advice to you, because again, Google tells me one thing, person down the street tells me one thing, the neighbor tells me one thing, people I don't even know once they hear I'm on keto tell me other things. And it's like, come on, people.
Interesting. Now, Dr. Banerjee, is it my just perception here, but it seems like men have an easier time taking weight off than women. So when Kevin was doing his thing, and I thought, oh my gosh, you dropped 30 pounds in what space of time? It seemed really, really fast. And I think women have, I don't know if women just need, different things when it comes to their caloric intake. It's not as easy, I don't think, for a woman to go on a really restrictive caloric diet. But tell us the difference between the sexes, and does it matter when it comes to perhaps the diet that you choose and even the exercise programs that you might be looking at?
And I guess you also have the fact that Kevin probably didn't give birth, so there's a lot of weight that happens. Now I don't know, maybe you did, but the fact is, obviously didn't give birth, and there's a lot of body changes and hormonal changes that affect women more than men in some ways. So for women to lose weight, obviously, restrictive calories, to have like a Mediterranean type diet, increase your protein, intermittent fasting, everything like Kevin did. Also, while you're fasting, you got to watch your cholesterol, make sure that your cholesterol is not bumping up, all that kind of stuff. And then also there's probably a additional component for women, maybe adding a hormonal regulation that may also trigger weight gain. So maybe it's more multifactorial for women.
Right.
But ultimately, if you eat less, you'll lose weight. That's basically normally the normal caloric intake is about 2,000, 2,100 calories a day. If you eat 500 calories less a day, you will drop a pound a week.
Right.
So whatever you're eating, if you write down what you're taking and then do the caloric count, cut that by 500 calories every day. And then a lot of it is once you learn to eat better and you feel better, your mindset changes itself. The sugar cravings that you have will go away. And then you can kind of want to have like maybe an olive instead of a chocolate bar, or have a raisin instead of and there's glycemic indexes too in your food. High glycemic index will spike your sugar, which makes you hungry, which makes you sleepy. And then low glycemic indexes releases less sugar, so you have more energy. So it's basically a comprehensive approach to weight loss.
Yes. Now, when you mentioned that if you do intermittent fasting, you have to watch your cholesterol levels, is there a correlation there between the intermittent fasting and your cholesterol potentially increasing?
No, intermittent fasting is actually it's actually the healthiest thing you can do in some ways, because you're allowing your body to cleanse all the toxins from your body. There's you can do 12 hours eating, 12 hours not eating, 16 hours not eating, and 8 hours not eating. There's actually a couple of studies that came out that people did intermittent fasting for about 3 weeks. I think they only drank coffee and water, and that's all they had. And basically their health improved and their cholesterol numbers improved. Now, I'm not advising that because that's just one study. But I think ultimately, if you're going to diet and if you're going to go on some kind of a lifestyle change, because diets don't really work, you kind of have to change a lifestyle. You just kind of have to make sure you're not harming your body while you're doing it.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Because some of these, I've heard of people doing like ridiculously low caloric diets. And I think your brain needs a certain amount, just your body and your brain needs a certain amount of fuel for the day to be able to function properly. And when I hear them say, oh, I'm on a 500 calorie a day program, I'm like, that's not enough for your body to really function. So you must have had some cognitive, sort of delays and issues. Of course, you can't sustain that for a long period of time anyway. So there's always the issue that the faster you lose it, the more likely you are to put it right back on. So there's that as well, that as you say, it's not about a diet. It has to be about a sustainable lifestyle change that you can actually, continue to do hopefully throughout the rest of your life. So we do have some questions and comments coming in. Jonathan says, everything I love is killing me. Cigarettes, Jack Daniels, and coffee. Jonathan, try to give up one. Now, if he had to give up one of those things, cigarettes, Jack Daniels, or coffee, doctor, which would you recommend?
Cigarettes.
I would agree.
Without a doubt. So let's talk about how any form of smoking impacts your cardiac health. Tell us a little bit about that.
Basically, smoking will increase your blood pressure. It causes coronary artery vasoconstriction. It obviously damages your lungs, increase your chance of lung cancer, makes you more fatigued, decrease your oxygen saturation, decrease your oxygen perfusion. Absolutely nothing good happens to you while you smoke. So, maybe you need to have a little Jack Daniels to compensate for the lack of smoking. Coffee, we need that. That's like that's a mandatory medication in the morning for me. So maybe just cut out the smoking and maybe trickle it down the Jack Daniels.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, because we don't know how much Jack Daniels he might be drinking.
Correct.
A bottle of
Jonathan.
Yeah, that's what we're recommending here. But yeah, and is there anything at all, because Jonathan is a proponent of smoking the herb, is there anything at all that you could smoke that would be considered healthy? Like a lot of people are now vaping and this sort of thing. Do we have any information, even preliminary information on vaping and what it does to the heart?
It's basically, it destroys your lungs. Vaping is not good in any way, shape, or form. Even medical marijuana that smoked, they showed cognitive decline, causes dementia, early Alzheimer's. Mm-hmm. There is really no benefit to anything smoked. Now, they can say if you're in severe pain or end-stage cancer, that maybe smoking marijuana will help numb the pain for that way. But doing it recreationally has no obvious benefits that has been in any study that showed it's productive.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question about vaping, because smoking, you obviously, as someone who is quite allergic to cigarette smoke, even when I was in Jamaica, everywhere I went in a public space, I could smell people burning and smoking stuff. And I tried to move away and get away from that as much as possible. But when people vape, there isn't so much as an offensive, I guess is the best word, secondhand or third-hand component to it. But is it more of a silent thing where it could still be impacting people around you, but they just don't smell it as much?
Well, they're pretty smart in the industry, right? So what they do is they make it taste good or smell good, so people don't feel as, I'm not getting smoke in my face. But the vapor particles are basically directly going into your lungs and damaging your lungs directly.
Yes.
It's kind of like if you're trying to detox off cigarettes and you go to vaping to get off smoking altogether, maybe a reasonable transition. But there are no long-term benefits to vaping. And yes, you're maybe inhaling something that smells good, but I'm sure the vapor particles aren't going to be beneficial to you as you inhale those too.
Right. But for people around, like not the smoker itself, but like their children, if they're vaping in front of children, is there any concern for secondhand vaping smoke, if that's a thing?
Now, I'm sure it's probably been studied, but I'm sure there are side effects too, because the same thing that's going into their lungs and damaging them are just in the air particles that you're inhaling. So I'm sure there is a secondary effect as well.
Yeah, because it's so funny because smoking has become very taboo. Like, most places around the world have, no smoking in public spaces. You can no longer smoke in airplanes, airports, close confined areas, even restaurants and bars. We finally passed legislation here a number of years ago that limits what you can do in those spaces. But I see people vaping even in workplaces. And I look at that and I think you couldn't sit here and smoke a cigarette in your workplace. So, being able to vape, if there's an actual, secondhand or thirdhand smoke component to that, to me is not good for your coworkers or other people who might be in your family as you sit down vaping around them. I really think that people haven't gotten the message of how dangerous vaping is, because I see people doing it around children at kids' birthday parties and stuff, and they think that it's okay. So I guess that I was watching a video the other day, and I think it's Facebook, that was saying it took some 50 years for the general public to kind of get a hold of the correct messaging around smoking, because the initial marketing campaign from the cigarette companies was like, smoking is actually healthy for you and it makes you look good. It makes you, they really branded it in such a way that people were hoodwinked for quite some time. And this guy actually said it's going to take you a minute, or the industry a minute, to catch up with the correct messaging around vaping, but you should know that this isn't healthy for you and get ahead of the curve and stop vaping from now.
I agree.
Yeah. So
I have a friend, actually, Sandy, just on the vaping topic, that used to work as a chemist in for a vaping agency or a vaping place. And one of the things I was surprised to learn from him is it's actually not even regulated as well too. A lot of the, I would say, poison, the chemicals that they make to make the flavors, that's not a regulated industry. So they could put whatever stuff really in there, and you're not exactly sure what you're putting in your body. So it's just not a good thing at all to even attempt to do, in my opinion.
All right. So Jeanette says less commonly known is that people can ruin their heart using cocaine and other hard street drugs. Cocaine constricts the blood vessels at the same time as greatly increasing the oxygen demand, thus leads to aging the heart quickly. Yes, I mean, I don't know what percentage of our population might be hard drug users, but this makes perfect sense that this is something that you should be very concerned about. Even if you're using it recreationally. Jeanette, we had a gentleman who passed away. I think it might have been last year. He was overseas, and people were like, "Well, he's a recreational drug user." I mean, he might have gone to Vegas for a conference, but maybe he got into a bag of whatever, and unfortunately, he did not make it back alive. And he was, I think, either in his 30s or early 40s, young kid at home. So, is there any such thing, Dr. Banerjee, as safe drug use? I mean, I know that in the States, the opioids are a big thing, causing a lot of deaths. But are there any drugs that you can use safely, even prescribed drugs? We now know that there is a correlation between heart health and pain medications. And so you have to be very, very careful using certain types of pain medications long term.
I think the problem is when we take these drugs, and pain medicine, it's really an escape for somebody. It isn't done because there are any medical benefits. Now, cocaine has medical benefit if you're actually having bleeding. It'll constrict your vessels in your nose. You get it for nasal vasoconstriction, but systemic use happens a lot. People take it, they go into cardiac arrest, or they have a heart attack. Also, if you're on cocaine and you take a drug called a beta blocker, that can actually blocks your beta and leaves your alpha, which causes your heart rate to go up, causes increased vasoconstriction in addition to the vasoconstriction you get from the cocaine, and that can cause you to have a cardiac arrest and die as well. So a lot of these done, and you're doing all these drugs and you don't know who's making them. You don't know how they're making them, and you don't know what's in the components that they're making them. And ultimately, if they're going to mass produce it, they're going to produce as cheap a product as possible to maximize their value. And the people producing this aren't really your advocates. They're advocates to make money. So it's a choice you make. That's why we exist. And make smart choices and live better lives. That's all I can say.
All right. So we have a question for Ali this morning as well. This person says, could you please ask if the Heart Foundation gave any plans, or I think it's supposed to have any plans, to place defibrillators around various places such as sport facilities on islands? So tell us a bit more about the actual logistics, Ali, of how the AED program works.
Yeah, so our AED program, we supply AEDs to the community. So we sell them to organizations that can afford to buy them and put them in their workplaces, their community organizations, their schools. But in addition to that, the funds that are raised by that program go into a donation program. So we're able to donate them to organizations that can't necessarily afford them. I think the last donation that we did for a sports facility was the boxing gym. There have been many donations by the Heart Fund, or private entities can also purchase AEDs and donate them in places that they want to see them at. And we are looking for 2023 for our donation program to actually putting them in places that will be accessible 24/7 for the community. So we probably already know that a lot of people come to Cayman to enjoy our beautiful beaches and our sea, and they maybe put their body under stress when they're in the water and suffer cardiac incidents. So we'd love to see AEDs on all of our public beaches, for example. As Dr. Banerjee said, time is of the essence in a cardiac arrest. So when somebody suffers a cardiac arrest, you've got that 10-minute window to get them resuscitated and use early defibrillation. So we like to make these AEDs more accessible to the community. In fact, one of the first places that we've offered to place an AED through a private donation is on Public Beach, because we know that the calisthenics park is open there. So people are exercising now at the Calisthenics Park. Lots of people use the park there with their kids for the play area. So that's one of the first ones that you're going to see going up in this new year. There's also, you mentioned at the beginning of the show, the database of ADs throughout the Cayman Islands. That's actually being managed now by, we have a specific charity on island that focuses on ADs called Lifeline, and they're managing that national database. So if you have an AD in your school, your workplace, your community organization, your church, you can let Lifeline know about it. They'll add it to the database. And then if somebody suffers a cardiac arrest and calls 911, 911 will let you know where the nearest AD is. So all of these initiatives, all these endeavors are increasing the ability of getting an AD to the person in need as appropriate. So I think the biggest thing for the public to be aware of is, recognizing what an AD is, a public access AD. So when you see that on the wall in a cabinet with the AD sign ahead, I used to pass, before I worked for the Heart Fund, I didn't know much about heart health or ADs. And I used to walk past the one at my daughter's school every day and think, that's nice for the nurse. If there's an emergency or the first aid responder, ADs are for anyone to use. They are essentially robot paramedics. So recognizing the symptoms of cardiac arrest, like Dr. Banerjee said, is the person, like Damale Hanman, will just collapse. They will collapse and they won't be breathing. It's very different from a heart attack, where the person will quite often be conscious and breathing and in trouble. If someone suffers a cardiac arrest, their heart's not working properly, the blood's not pumping around the body, getting oxygen to the vital organs, and getting them CPR, starting CPR straight away and getting them an AD is the most important thing. And for the public to know what an AD is and not be frightened to use them, not be scared, to be aware that they're the first responder, they're the person standing next to them. Call 911, start CPR, get an AD to the person. That's what's going to save a life. And a lot of people are nervous about ADs as well. Most people's experience of ADs is watching shows like ER on TV. And you'll see the medical responders and they get the electronic pads out and they say, stand clear and everyone get back. And that kind of frightens people. And the thing is, you can't do any more harm with a public access AD to the person. The AD takes over. When you put the pads on the clean, dry skin, those pads read what's going on with the person's heart. They're very clever machines. And they will only let you deliver an electric shock if it's needed. So you can't do any additional harm to a person by using an AD, but you do have the potential to save a life. So that's the biggest message that I'd like to get across to the people of the Cayman Islands is be aware what an AD is, be aware that they're for the public, they're public access defibrillators, they're for everyone to use, and everyone has the power within them to save a life. And we did have a successful life save, like I said, in the Cayman Islands. A gentleman, he was one of our heart heroes in 2022, collapsed at the tennis court. And he was very lucky because they had just placed an AD at the tennis club a few months prior. And somebody who was playing with him remembered, went and got the AD, put it on him. I think they didn't even do CPR. They just popped the AD on him. And with one shock, he was brought round. So he's alive. He's walking around in Cayman today, living his life, living his best life because of that intervention.
Right. Wow. So let's talk about what an AED is. It's an automated external defibrillator. That's what AED stands for. And it's used to help those experiencing sudden cardiac arrest. Say that it's easy to use medical device that can analyze the heart's rhythm and, if necessary, deliver an electrical shock or defibrillation to the heart and reestablish your effective rhythm. So how easy are they to use? Is there such thing as do you need to have people who are trained in how to use an AED? Should you say the government admin building has them? Should the security guards have gone through, we'll talk about CPR here in a second, but should security go through, because they're normally standing up there, AED training? Do you want to have people in departments that kind of know how to use it? Or is it foolproof? You just rip it off the wall and it's easy?
It's a little bit of both. So AEDs are pretty much foolproof. They work as simple as 1, 2, 3 on. You usually have an on button. As soon as you press the on button in an AED, the machine will start talking to you. It will tell you what to do. It will ask you if it's an emergency. It will tell you to call 911, and it will talk you through with audio prompts exactly how to use the device. So you could say that you can use an AED with no training at all. That's what the public need to be aware of. biggest thing is to spot the signs of a cardiac arrest and know that in order to help with this patient, an AED and CPR and calling 911 is the most important thing. That said, by doing AED and CPR training, you're increasing your comfort level, like your experience, your knowledge of what to do in the situation, and feeling confident to do it. And confidence is really key, because in those instances of sudden cardiac arrest or someone in trouble with their heart, people panic. You know, I would. Everyone would go into panic mode, even though you've got the ability to save a life. So there's numerous places in the Cayman Islands where you can do CPR training and increase your knowledge, increase your skill set, feel confident in what to do in times of an emergency. So that's really what's key to know is, you know, you don't need to, but we'd love to see as many people in the Cayman Islands having done CPR training as possible, because that's what's going to save lives. And you would find in organizations, you know, people, HR managers and organizations are really good at nominating people to do that training. So you would often find in lots of organizations that they will have, you know, first aiders who've done the training. But what I would say is don't rely on that person. That person could be out at lunch. That person could be off that day. Everyone should take the ownership of kind of knowing what to do in those situations and knowing that training's for all, really.
Right.
And Sandy, it's a great opportunity for me to kind of share something that is going to be one of my big priorities for this year and moving forward, especially as I become more active with the Cayman Heart Fund, as well as actually here in the States, I'm also part of the Hypertrophic Cardiomyopathy Association as well. And there's a drill that the HCMA, the Hypertrophic Cardiomyopathy Association, is really pushing. And I'm going to bring that same thing to the Cayman Islands when I do speaking engagements and stuff. And, you know, growing up at schools especially, or even at your business, your workplace, you have fire drills. Well, the chance of you being in a building with a fire is probably, especially in Cayman and such places, is probably not as high as it is probably that you're going to be around someone that goes into cardiac arrest. I don't have the data on it, but I'm working on getting the data. I could do some comparisons. And so my whole entire focus is going to start lobbying to do, in addition to fire drills, something like a cardiac arrest drill, where people are going to they're going to be asked to perform some sort of thing. Someone's going to drop down and you have to go and try to offer them some sort of service. Still building the program and exactly how it's going to look. It's something that I know some places do, so I just need to customize it a little bit, but it's something that I feel is going to be beneficial and necessary, because again, even if someone is CPR certified or might have a little bit of medical background, a lot of people freeze. And the more people that are comfortable with performing some sort of immediate intervention, because again, within that first 10 minutes is so vital, the better outcomes we're going to have. And so that's one of the things I'm going to really be working on moving forward. Again, it's not fully developed yet, but it's something that I want to make sure that I'm lobbying, because I feel it's going to be beneficial overall.
Very good. And I was sitting here as Ali was speaking, thinking about myself. I used to be CPR certified. In fact, when I was in high school in the US, it was such a common thing that they actually offered as part of our high school curriculum the ability for teenagers to all get certified. That was my first time doing a CPR course and actually getting CPR certified. It was actually a lot of work, a lot of manual work, working on those dummies. Like I remember, as probably maybe 15, 16 years old, having to do those chest compressions and the counting and all that stuff. It really wasn't that easy. It exhausted me in a way, just physically. And I think that if you were in a real emergency where you actually had to perform that, that's why when I see people tag team and they're like, oh, I called somebody else to help with the chest compressions while I counted or whatever. And I guess the AED in a way kind of removes the necessity to do that. Or do you often have to do both in conjunction with each other? So are there situations where you have to use both the AED and CPR?
It's AED and CPR. I see Dr. Banerjee nodding along with me. So I think, I'm not a medical professional, Dr. Banerjee, so jump in if I get this wrong, but CPR is the most important thing. So immediately starting CPR when you see someone in a case of a cardiac arrest, call 911, because what you want is the first thing, call 911. In an emergency, get those emergency responders to the site as quickly as possible. If you're on your own, put your phone on speakerphone so you can be talking to them while you start the chest compressions and the breaths. And then if you've got another person there, send them for the AD. So you don't want to leave the person and go and get an AD. Shout to someone near you. There's an AD. If it's on, the next one things. Or if you're calling 911, if that's linked up to the database, they'll tell you where the nearest AD is. What they're also hoping to do is alert the location of that AD that there is a cardiac arrest at another location. So maybe someone from that business can take the AD to you. And it really is a chain of survival. So from the first point of spotting the sudden cardiac arrest to getting the CPR started, to getting the AD on site, to having EMS respond and take the person to hospital to get the follow-on care, just like Damar Hamlin needed all the follow-on care to help with the heart issue. That's really all those links in the chain of survival need to connect in order to have a successful outcome.
Right. Doctor?
It's also interesting that if you go into sudden cardiac arrest and you're immediately defibrillated, you have a much higher chance of survival and getting a pulse back. But if you've been down for a while in VFib and you shock them, you may not get them back as quickly because there's nothing in the heart. So you almost have to prime the pump, which is what the heart is. So basically 2 minutes of CPR prior to defibrillation will actually allow the coronaries to fill, allow the heart to get some blood. And then when you defibrillate the patient, because they've been down a prolonged time, then you have a much higher chance of getting ROSC or return of spontaneous circulation.
Wow, so interesting. So I should still try to renew that CPR certification then.
And so the time that you did it, it's like you changed as well too, because you talked about when you were in high school, and I know the age too, so so even then, even in my lifetime, it's changed a little bit over the years. I know one of the things they're really pushing more of the hands-only CPR, and you need to stay fresh with the certifications. And one of the things, the Cayman Heart Fund, in partnership with St. Matthew's University, we work quite together to put on courses, because again, we want people to become CPR certified, and the more we have out there, again, the more beneficial it will be for everyone. So I don't know if Ali, you want to kind of talk about some of those programs as well too?
Yeah, there's numerous places in the Cayman Islands where you can do CPR training. We partner with St. Matthew's University, so the excellent doctors and clinicians there volunteer their time to teach the American life-saving courses. I think they've got 4 coming up. They do them usually Saturday mornings at the Clinical Skill Labs at the St. Matthew's University in the Regatta Complex. And you can contact the Cayman Heart Fund through info@caymanheartfund.com, and we can send you the flyer, we can send you all the details, and you can get signed up for that. Like I said, there's numerous places. The Red Cross do training. There's private providers that will come do CPR training in your home. I think off the top of my head, some of the places that do it are kind of Fitness Connection, Cleverfish. Melissa Shaw does CPR training. I've probably forgotten a few. Deborah Gaffigan with K Safety. If I've forgotten any, I do apologize. But you can contact us and we'll send you all the list, because for everyone, getting the right time and date and price for a CPR course is usually important. So, look at all the providers, see what suits you best, and get trained.
Okay. So we have a few questions here. I don't want this conversation to go down a rabbit hole as it relates to cannabis, because Kevin, I think that needs to be a whole separate show. Yeah, every time Jonathan is a proponent, but he wants to know that, is it any healthier for him to, smoke less? Because he has this logic here that with cigarettes, he smokes a whole pack. If he's smoking marijuana, he might only be puffing, I don't know, half a joint, a quarter joint. I don't know how much really. But is that any safer? Or even cigars, because we do have a lot of cigar smokers who think that it's safer to smoke a cigar than to smoke cigarettes. What is the medical advice when it comes to smoking any form of weed or cannabis versus a traditional cigarette versus even a cigar? Is some worse than others, some safer than others?
I think people who smoke cigars do it more occasionally or to celebrate occasions, more so than you don't see someone smoking cigars every single day for every single reason. Maybe there are people. Cigarettes, obviously, we know the bad side effects that they have. If you're going to have one marijuana joint instead of 10 cigarettes, yes, I guess you're going to get less toxins in your body because you're taking 10 times less inhalation of toxins. the point is that we don't know how or what's in the marijuana that a lot of people get. I mean, I probably get at least 2 or 3 every day come in for intractable nausea, vomiting. And it's a side effect of the synthetic additives that they have with marijuana. And this is just a chronic side effect of this. And I'll have every patient go, I've never had this before. You don't know what you're talking about. But if you Google cyclic vomiting syndrome, it basically is a trigger of the synthetic effects of marijuana. And if you have a pure batch, you may not have the side effects. If you have a synthetic batch that is kind of artificially made to mass produce to be cheaper, that's why people go into excited delirium syndrome. We've had people become violent, aggressive, and attack police officers. So I guess if less causes less side effects, correct. But I don't know any major benefits from doing it itself.
Yeah. And he says he's not trying to smoke synthetic weed, but the point is, unless you're growing it yourself and you can attest to how it's made, you just don't know what you might be getting. All right, Mr. George Shalette is here this morning. And folks, don't forget, you can also call in on the line at 936-2626. That's 936-BOBO. George says, good morning, Miss Sandy. Nice to know the Mile Road tells and finds and tells you the cold, hard truth. Condolences to Miss Charlene and the passing of her mother, Miss Beauty. Thank you so much, Mr. George. Good morning, Miss Morna. We have Dr. Victor Loklois in the house, and he says, when was the last time an AED was documented to have been used in the last 10 years outside of the hospital? So I think Ali just gave an example of someone on the tennis court. When was that, Ali? How long ago was that?
I think that was just before lockdown. So it was 2020. But there have been other cases as well. So I know that all the hotels have AEDs, and I know that it has been used in the hotels on tourists as well. And there's been a couple of close calls as well. So it's not unusual for them to be used and be needed in the community. We're not, we don't want to scare people about the, frequency of sudden cardiac arrests to make everyone panic. We don't want to scare people off exercising. Exercising does increase the chance of it, but obviously exercising is good for your heart generally. So, don't be scared to go to the tennis court and play tennis and do other activities. But yeah, they are used in Cayman and have been in the last few years.
Yes. And to your point about exercising, anytime someone is out, doing some sort of exercise and they have a cardiac event, I've known of a couple here on island who unfortunately have passed away, running on the treadmill, whatever. People say, you see, exercise kills. And so it's no, you're more likely to die without it. It's just that, sometimes there could be something else going on with the heart, as in Kevin's situation.
And I think what Kevin said is, before you start any diet or any new exercise regime, talk to your doctor, talk to your physician. That's the biggest message we really need to get across from the Heart Fund is, when was the last time you went for your annual heart health check? Most people are really good at going for their screenings. So there's lots of campaigns around screenings and checking that we're okay, but few about heart. We should be seeing our heart doctors and getting a proper heart health check as frequently as we get our eyes checked. When you've got one set of eyes, you've only got one heart, and everybody has a heart. So heart health affects every single living, breathing person.
Absolutely. And, some months ago, I went and did a complete, I was there for over 6 hours being prodded and pinched and extractions of blood and all sorts of stuff at Health City. I did their executive health checkup, which included a whole component for the heart and women's health. And, I now am aware of, although the heart looks good on the face of it, there are a couple lifestyle changes that I need to make. My A1C numbers are creeping up. I do take a low dosage of amlodipine. So that is something, if you have other risk factors, high blood pressure, cholesterol issues, diabetes, all of those things have an impact on the heart as well. So you have to know that they increase your chances of having a heart attack. So you get those things under control, you bring down those numbers, and it all helps to just make you more heart healthy.
Yeah, and if you follow the Cayman Heart Fund, we can let you know when we're doing a new, generally if people follow the Heart Fund, when we're doing our next free health screening. So don't let, lack of coverage be impediment to knowing your numbers and knowing your risk of cardiovascular health. We do health screenings, Rotary clubs do health screenings. You've got an opportunity to go and visit one and get tested and see a doctor if you've got concern.
Shameless plug, the Cayman Heart Fund's Facebook page too. We do have a Facebook page, so take a few seconds and go over to Facebook and go ahead and follow Cayman Heart Fund, because there we'll also post on our social media pages when we have upcoming events. Of course, I do have access to CMR, so we will also, at times let everyone know when we have the different events and stuff coming up, because ultimately it's something we want people to pay attention to.
All right, we've got another question here. This person is asking or commenting that the use of an AED in a child versus an adult, that you can apply it to a child as an adult. So
it's just different. So AEDs usually they're either, it's usually the pads that are different for a kid. So you would tend to, it's done on a weight basis, but when you're a lay responder, you don't always know the weight of the child that's suffering. So it's roughly between the ages of 1 and 8. You would use child pads on a child, and the placement of the pads is different. So for an adult, the pads go here, and for a child, it's front and back. That is displayed on the AEDs, so it does tell you. Every AED type works differently. So the ones that we're supplying at the moment, one of the devices has different pads, so you just use different pads for child versus adult. And one has a child key that basically changes the instructions of the AED to that of a pediatric patient in terms of the CPR. The CPR is a little bit different for children. So like I said, it's like a robot paramedic. It would change the instructions for a pediatric patient for CPR, and it also limits the shock. But every AED works differently, but essentially you can use AEDs on children, and they are for that use. And Dr. Manji, you can correct me, but in sudden cardiac arrest, the heart is not working anymore, and the patient is technically dead. You can't do any more harm to the person by using an AED, but you can potentially save a life by using it. So the advice usually is, yes, you use the AED, because the AED will only deliver the shock if there's no legitimate heartbeat. So it will only allow you to shock that patient. It has that safety in place. You can't do any more harm. Does that make
we will actually
doctor, because I'm mindful I am an administrator and not a medical professional, and everything I've learned is just learned through the job.
Very well said. For pediatrics, they probably defibrillate at 2 joules per kilogram. A simple way to learn the weight of them, and without knowing what you can general weight, we have a thing called the hand heavy system. And with your hand, this is 1, you're 10 kilograms, you're 3, you're 15 kilograms, you're 5, you're 20 kilograms, you're 7, you're 25 kilograms, and if you're 9, you're 30 kilograms. So if you can just kind of take a basic assessment with your hand, you don't have to know the exact weight. If you're close enough, that's what matters.
Okay. So unlike CPR, the actual AED will give you a reading and sort of tell you, or it knows when to actually do what it has to do. Yeah.
Yeah. The CPR will, the AED will tell you that it's reading the heartbeat. So that's what the pads are doing. They're electro pads. They have a sticky gel attached to them to adhere to the skin. And what it's doing is reading if there's any if there's a decent heartbeat there. If there is, it's not going to deliver a shock, and it's going to tell you whether to continue CPR or not. But if there isn't, it's going to say shock required, and stand back. And then there's usually a shock button. Some AEDs, like I said, every AED works differently. So some will automatically deliver a shock. They basically remove the decision from the person, because again, people are like, "Oh, I actually have to deliver a shock now." That's a bit scary. I have to make the decision. Some of them are auto. They will automatically do it. They take that decision. Others will say, press the shock button now. And there'll be like usually a little orange button with a little electric sign. And they're saying, but the machine's giving you confidence. It's saying it's needed. You know, this person needs it. Please help. And and it's advised to do it. So like I said, we want people to be lifesavers. Everyone's got the opportunity to do it. Everyone's got the power to save a life.
Yeah.
You're not going to do any harm.
Ali, is there any consistency on this island and what you guys are providing? Like which type? You said there's several types.
Yeah, there's loads of different AEDs out there. So just give you some of the big brand names that you'll see on island. DefibTech, the big yellow black devices, they're used by the American military because they're really robust. You'll see those on island. We were supplying Heart Sign for a very long time. They are yellow devices with kind of a yellow and blue packaging. We just recently in 2021 went through a program with the Heart Fund where we looked at all the AEDs in the market to see what would be the best one for the Cayman Islands. Are we still providing the best one through cost, through use? And Philips came up on top of that. So the Philips On-Site and the FRX devices are the ones that we're supplying now. And anyone that gets in touch with us for an AED, we can send the program brochure so they have the full details. The main reason we went with Philips is they're the only devices that are approved for use on wet and metal surfaces, which in the Cayman Islands, we're seeing a lot more interest of people putting them on poolsides, for example, or in their cabanas, in the stratas. Most dive operators have AEDs. So if you're thinking about people getting into the trouble in the water's everywhere in Cayman. So that really is what brought Philips out on top for us, and that's the ones that we're providing. But you can get AEDs both from us, from local on-island, other on-island suppliers, and also you can ship them in from overseas. So there's lots of ways to get AEDs. And like I said, everyone looks at an AED that matches their needs. So we're happy to advise on that. We're here to save lives. We're not we're a non-profit. We're not here to make money. So we're happy to give you independent advice on what's the best AED for your needs. And like I said, there's also Lifeline, which is working on the national database. They're a great knowledge on AEDs as well. So you can chat to us. We're happy to advise you. And if you'd like to get an AED for us, I think I've got another shipment on island, just waiting to clear customs. And I'll give a shout out as well that we do work with government. They do help us with the clearing of those things through customs, so that we can pass all those cost savings on to the community, so we can get more of those life-saving devices into the community as possible.
All right, wonderful. So Jeanette has a question. She says, can the doctor please comment on what percentage of cardiac collapses are VFib or shockable event? As I think the shock element of AEDs scare people, but I don't think the AED delivers shocks in most cases.
No, about 33% of all cardiac arrests are VFib arrests. But it's important to be aware and even do a YouTube video, even if it takes 5 minutes. If somebody or see it can happen to, and just being prepared. It's kind of like, I'm assuming you guys get hurricanes, right?
Yes.
We're Florida. We always get hurricanes.
Yes.
So what do you have as preparation for the hurricanes? You got foods, water. So you don't go in unprepared. There's someone going to have a cardiac arrest somewhere. Just be prepared. And that's all, I guess, we're asking you to be aware of.
Okay. Soka's asking about synthetic additives, if that's what makes it smell so bad. I guess it depends, Soka, because I've never smelt a joint that actually smelled good. But anyway,
I'm with you on that one.
I do have someone on WhatsApp who's also asking about this, and they're saying that when you were talking about the people showing up in the ER with, I forgot what the term.
Cyclic vomiting syndrome.
Yes. So they were saying, is that something that you can get from non-synthetic marijuana as well?
It depends on your body's effect or side effect to it. Obviously, the purer it is, the less artificial ingredients, less side effects you're going to have. But everybody obviously responds differently. But usually the more synthetic or the cheaper the marijuana, the more side effects you have, which usually triggers the cyclic vomiting syndrome. And they'll come in saying, I just keep throwing up and I don't know why.
And you now know to ask them, have you been smoking anything recently?
That's basically, as soon as I know they're doing that, and even in the remote history, could be 3-4 days, even a week, I know what it is. And every CAT scan's been negative. And the thing is, you come to the ER and you've got a $10,000 bill for smoking marijuana, right? And there's nothing really wrong with you, except you have a side effect of a medication that isn't pure. So you have a CAT scan, which is probably $5,000, labs, emergency physician visit, hospital promises you at least a $10,000-$20,000 bill just because you're doing marijuana and you're having nausea and vomiting.
It's crazy. So Jonathan claims that he can't help himself because his electric bill is causing him stress. Gabby agrees with that. And Miss Alma, good morning to Miss Dorothy. Irvlin says, if it's not from your yard, it's no good. All right, folks. Well, in case you're just joining in the conversation here, we've been really fortunate this morning to have Dr. Paul Banerjee in the studio with us. And he is, I was looking at some of his credentials. He's like the who's who of emergency physicians. Lots of amazing credentials, but he's currently the medical director at Polk County. Is that correct?
Polk County Fire Rescue, yeah.
Make sure I got the right county. And then we also have Ali, who is joining us from the Cayman Islands Heart Fund. And we've been talking about, CPR, AEDs, heart health in general, and, things that you can do to try to manage your lifestyle and your habits to hopefully have a much longer and happier life. So Gabby is talking about stress and the impact that stress can have on the heart. We now know that people can actually die from what they call broken heart syndrome, where you have a life event. Like, there was that one, I remember there was the one husband and wife couple in America where unfortunately the wife died at a school shooting. And then shortly days after, the husband died of a heart attack. That's broken heart, where you experience such a stressful event. Sometimes it's around the loss of a loved one, a job, or whatever, that can somehow bring on a cardiac arrest. Is that becoming more and more widely accepted, Dr. Banerjee, is something that can happen?
Yeah, stress can trigger it. I mean, there's also a thing called holiday heart, when you eat too much and then you suddenly go into atrial fibrillation. So stress and, family does cause stress in addition to the holidays. So yes, stress can trigger cardiac events. Everybody responds differently, of course, and everyone copes differently as well, too. So it's a matter of being aware of when you have something wrong, and then call 911 and get help as soon as you can.
Yeah. So my philosophy of eating one meal on Christmas Day, that's like a big meal, that might not be the best thing if I'm not really used to doing that on a regular basis.
Yeah, because that can trigger endorphins and stimulate it can release a certain hormonal release that can also trigger you to suddenly go into atrial fibrillation. You basically indulge too much in certain foods, and it can trigger the holiday heart, which is like a AFib. And that's why you have to go to the hospital for that too.
All right.
So moderation, life in moderation is a lot more successful.
I feel you. I'm trying to be a moderate person. So Gabby is asking for some advice on how to keep stress levels down. Gabby, you know what? As part of her 50 by 50 plan, I think we're going to have someone on who can talk about that, because there are a lot of things that people can do to help manage their stress levels. She mentions medication, mediation. I think she meant meditation. And I don't know about medication, but definitely meditation can help. So we'll get to some of those things, Gabby. We want to thank, and Kevin, do you have anything else for our guests this morning? We can't hear you. I think you've muted yourself.
I did. My apologies. Yeah, no, I know Ali does have to get going as well. She has another meeting she has to run off too. So I'm ready to wrap things up with this discussion.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. I mean, we've had a lot of people messaging saying that they're really enjoying the discussion this morning. They found it super informative. And of course, that's what we're here for. So thank you to Dr. Paul Banerjee. Thanks to you to Ali, who joined us from the Cayman Islands Heart Fund. Both of you have been a wealth of information this morning, and we hope to have you back on at some point in the future.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Dr. Banerjee, we should see if we can get you here in Cayman for one of our events.
I am always available for vacation.
Kevin,
make it happen.
Yeah. Kevin and I will get around the table and see what we've got coming up.
Yeah, I think our fire chief our fire chief is friends with your medical director for the Cayman Islands, Chief Hasadine Smith. So
cool.
Yeah, we could invite everyone. This would be great.
Yeah, we'll send you our calendar of events. We do have a conference coming up in June, the return of our conference where we usually welcome medical staff from lots of different places into the Cayman Islands. So yeah, we'll be in touch.
Love to.
Look at that, folks, networking right here on the road.
always busy trying to save lives in Cayman.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Ali, and thank you, Dr. Banerjee. Kevin, thank you so much for arranging this segment for us this morning, as usual, and of course for sharing your personal story and a little bit of your journey in terms of what you've gone through. you're such a blessing to us for sure, that we're glad that you're doing well. And we'll talk a little bit more about your plan and how you're maintaining your weight loss in the coming weeks.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. I hope everyone has a beautiful rest of your day. But right before I leave as well too, please go ahead, follow, like the Cayman Heart Fund Facebook page. We really want to keep a lot more communication out there. That's one of the goals we have for 2023, is that we want to really start doing a whole lot more in the community, get more visibility, because ultimately we want to make Cayman a much more cardiac safe place to live. So that's our big mission there. We want to save lives. That's what we have a passion for.
All right, I've just put the link in the comment section. Everybody give them a like this morning and a follow. We appreciate it, Kevin.
No problem. Everyone, take care.
All right, have a good one. So, yes, that was a really, really good segment. We've got some sort of breaking news coming up. I need your help, folks, your detective help in solving a crime this morning. But let's go ahead and take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Whopping news! Burger King Cayman is turning 40 years old and celebrating by giving away over $40,000 of prizes. Just spend $4 to receive a scratch card for your chance to win thousands of food prizes, Burger King merch, and the king of prizes, 10 cash prizes of $1,982. From December 23rd till February 1st, visit your favorite BK location to win big with Burger King's 40th anniversary. Terms and conditions apply.
Renewables are very important to CUC. The environment's going to benefit, the customers are going to benefit.
It is the future. It's not a matter of if it's coming, it's when.
We can't stop. We do need the change.
Really, really excited to talk about how we're going to get a lot of renewable energy on the grid.
We have been working on bringing renewable energy to Grand Cayman for many years now and produced our integrated resource plan back in 2016.
Looking at how we can most effectively not only get renewable energy but reduce the CO2 impact of CUC's operations. You hear the comments or the misnomers that CUC is married to diesel, and quite frankly, there couldn't be anything that's further from the truth. We know that renewable energy is the right thing to do.
There's a lot of value by using renewable energy, battery energy storage within your integrated grid. A lot of time has to be put together to do your research, understand what it is that you're wanting to put out there.
CUC has the ability to lead that transition, right? And be the first for not only Cayman, but the region.
It's going to be so worth it. It's what I come to work for every single day. To know what we're working on is going to set the country up for success. It's going to be a foundational element of the economy.
Bringing the public along with us is one of the key things to make a success out of it.
To make sure that we're doing our part to reach those United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Our team has been equipped, trained, developed. If we get a go-ahead tomorrow, we start.
And I see it in the future. It's not that far away. It could be as little as 5 or 6 years away, where we'll have times of the day where we are 100% renewable.
Crichton Properties is one of Cayman's most trusted real estate companies for over 50 years. We offer a diverse selection of property listings and help our clients navigate the world of buying or selling their properties with confidence. Crichton is a name you can trust with our excellent customer service and family-friendly touch. Contact us today to list your home, land, or condo for sale by calling 949-5250 or email info@crichtonproperties.com. Crichton Properties, a trusted Cereba member.
Recover Personal Injury Attorneys, helping injured people get what they deserve. Did you know that insurance companies have lawyers that represent their interests? Before signing and accepting any settlement, know your rights. Call us today for a free consultation at 924-9999. That's 924-9999. Recover. Your personal injury attorneys are on standby to assist.
All right, folks, welcome back to the program. Now, we have a mystery that we need you guys to solve. I was really, really shocked yesterday afternoon when I received some video footage of some of our young people being less than mankind, and in fact, being little hoodlums and criminals, because that's the only thing that they could be called in this instance. And we need your help identifying who these young men are. Now, you're probably going to be as shocked as I am. Hopefully nobody goes into any sort of cardiac event this morning, but on a serious note, this is something we were talking about just the week before last, how our young people are getting involved in, behavior, especially in public spaces, still on private property, mind you, but private property that's open to the public, restaurants, Cayman Bay, and so on, where they are acting like a bunch of hoodlums, and that, clearly some of them have little to no training, and that perhaps the ones who do have training are actually being impacted or influenced by their friends to get into some really, really bad behavior. Well, I tell you what, we don't really care why they did it. The fact that they have, and you're going to see the video here in a second, we've got a series of videos that we're going to be sharing. They've gone to a location, Burger King on 7 Mile Beach, and they actually, this to me is just so shocking. They threw fireworks inside of the Burger King restaurant. I cannot tell you how dangerous that is. Several people were actually injured with burns, and now we have to identify who these young people are. So I want y'all to pay attention. We're going to put these series of videos up on social media here in a second, because we need to have these young people obviously, face the consequences of their actions. So I'm just going to remind people on the WhatsApp group that they need to tune in now. Help to catch some criminals, because somebody knows who these young men are, and we need some names. All right, so let's go ahead and have a look at the first video. They might not be in any particular order, but we're going to go through them, and you'll see some faces that might look familiar to you. Just go ahead and WhatsApp me the names, folks, because again, this is quite shocking and egregious. So here we go. Well, our young people think that this is funny. It looks like the whole place just exploded. Who the hell throws fireworks inside of a house? Let me remind you, folks, that you can lose an eye. We've seen people here in the Cayman Islands who've lost an eye to not knowing how to handle fireworks. You can lose a limb. People have sustained burns in this particular situation. It's shocking and really just unbelievable that any person would have thought that this was actually a good idea. Really and truly. But we've got more video to share with you guys. So let me just show you. So this one is obviously from the exterior, and it shows them thinking that it's funny and that they're having a good laugh about the situation. So you see in that footage, they seem to have been hanging out by a car. I think that one in the black shirt and blue, I don't know if it's pants or shorts, might have been the one who looks like he was lighting it there, but we've got additional footage. So let's continue watching. I've received some of these this morning, so I've not had an opportunity to preview them as yet. So you're watching it for the first time, just as I am. So this is pretty clear, folks. If you know this young man, you're going to recognize the shirt. You're going to recognize that he's wearing earrings. You're going to recognize that nose if you're his mummy, and perhaps his father if he knows who the father is. And you're going to definitely recognize that hair that needed a good combing. But please step forward. There is a reward that is being offered as well. He turns to the side so you can see the face. This is what happens when you have children that are unsupervised and you let just roam the place and walk around. So there he is. He's holding out the door. He's a lookout man. He's looking. Now somebody has to know who this child is. Hold on. It is so obvious who he is if you know him. Thank God I can say that I don't know who this hoodlum is, but one of y'all must know him. Step up, start giving us some names, and collect a reward. You should do it for the right reason. You shouldn't be looking for reward, but maybe you're trying to pay off some Christmas bills. I don't really know. But this young man is about to go insta famous as soon as we post this on our social media pages, which we will do here in just a second. And listen, if you're his mother, don't be messaging and calling me about Sandy. Can you please take this down? No, because you should have been supervising your child and making sure that he wasn't at Burger King, physically harming and hurting people. So there he starts to run off because it was planned and they knew exactly what they were doing. You'll see some other ones there on a bicycle. So there's one in almost looks like a completely red outfit. So they were throwing fireworks inside a Burger King, Jonathan. This is just absolutely ridiculous. And you hear the explosion as the firework goes into the Burger King. All right, let's watch another one. We've got more. So this is the group of young men that we're looking for. At least it looks like 6 of them. Again, wearing very, very distinctive clothes. So, Jonathan said I'd find him in a heartbeat right after the show. Oh yeah, somebody's going to recognize them. One looks like he's wearing black hoodie, but they have on very, very distinctive clothes. Parents and family members and even their peers are going to know exactly who these guys are. What a shame. Pure idleness. Obviously, they thought that this was funny. This is not funny. So look at that one. He puts on his hoodie. You see that one right there? I don't know what that is on his shirt. It looks like some kind of a face. And he puts on his hoodie because he knows that, okay, now it's about to go down. And this is the behavior that our young people are engaging in. So when y'all want to talk about criminality in this country, this is where I wouldn't even say it begins, but I'm sure these young men have been up to no good a minute before this, but they're actually now going out into public places and engaging in activity that is actually harming people. And this is completely unacceptable. Caymanian parents, y'all need to step up to the plate and get a hold of this situation. And these young men need to be facing criminal charges. Put them through the juvenile system since they have no respect for other people's well-being and health, and obviously no respect for the law. Let them get a taste of what their life is going to be like if they continue on this path. So there they are lighting it. Those 2 seem to be the major culprits, but the other ones know what's going on. And it looks like that one who just walked by, he even had his phone out, probably trying to record it as well. So there they are. Looks like they're trying to light the fireworks. Everybody's standing around. They had a plan in place here, folks. And somebody thought this was a brilliant idea. They don't look like they have much brain cells between the bunch of them, to be quite frankly honest. Because Judy says we need to start charging the parents as well. I agree. Because if you don't know what time of the evening was this, by the way, hold on. Let me just confirm. It's obviously in the evening time, but if you don't know, okay, it happened at 8:18 p.m. right? If you're allowing your children out of your house at this time of night and you don't know where they are and who they're with, and you just allow them to ride up and down on bicycles and be completely unsupervised, you have got to be held accountable as a parent. So you can imagine some guests actually sustained burns from this. They're lucky it wasn't me, because I'd go find them and give them a good old-fashioned Caymanian box. And I don't mean a present either. See that one over there dancing? See? So those 2 are the main culprits right there. We need some names. Don't y'all worry. We can have their information here in a second. So look at him holding open the door. That's the one that we saw from the other footage. And you see this one in here. With those, I don't know if they're connected to that exterior group, but look here. You hear that person screaming? You know, there's children in the Burger King that could have hit a child. You know, this is not funny. That is something that could have seriously hurt someone even more than they were hurt. So, you guys know how it is on this program. We're going to put it up on our social media platforms. I wonder if Kevin has a minute. Kevin, are you still around? Can I send you the Dropbox link and have you put the videos together for me so that I can upload it on social now? And I bet you within the hour, we're going to know exactly who these children are. And I use the word children very, very loosely. Hoodlums is probably the more appropriate term for who they are. So, yep, let me send you the Dropbox link, Kevin. I tell you, parents, y'all need to get it together. Honest to God. So yeah, they'll be facing some criminal charges. So if they're your children, you should be concerned. So someone says a lot of these children be in the bush area between UCCI and Burger King and Walker's Road smoking weed. I see them going into that area daily at John Gray High School, CIFEC, and some UCCI students. So this person says that this is a mixture of CIFEC, John Gray High School, and UCCI students that like to go and hang out between UCI and Burger King on Walker's Road, smoking weed, apparently is their favorite pastime. Well, they're about to get a reality here, regardless of what they're smoking today. Irvin says bunch of idlers they are. Alejandro says this is what happens when you leave your children unattended. Absolutely true. Poor Miss Donna, she shows shock. She says, oh my Lord. Soka says WTF is wrong with humans. Well, this is what happens when you raise humans that you know, are acting worse than animals. Good morning, caller. You're on air. Are you
Sandra?
Yes, ma'am.
Sandra?
Mm-hmm.
I need you to call me back. You know who this is, right?
Yeah, but I'm on air right now. So you trying to be on air or?
No.
Okay.
Can I send it to you on WhatsApp?
Yeah, because I'm literally in the middle of the show.
Okay. It's
All
very
right.
important though. Urgent, bad.
Okay, dear. Thanks. All right, we got an urgent situation. Only God knows what that one is. We get used to working in an urgent mode around here, child. We always putting out fires. Alejandro says, "Yep, the devil have work for idle hands. He sure does." Gabby says the exact same thing. But you know what? Let me be very, very honest here. That's a saying that we have, but this ain't got nothing to do with the devil or the angels or anything else. This is just lack of good parental supervision. How old do you reckon these kids are? 14 years old, maybe, if that. You think that I could have a 14-year-old or even a 17-year-old that lives under my roof and it's 8 p.m. and I don't know where you are? You're going to just be out there roaming the streets, riding up down on your bicycle? No, honey child. That is not how we raise our children. And if you are raising your children in that way, then you need to step up to the plate. Yeah, I had a bicycle too when I was a teenager and I was allowed to go around the block. Not after dark, that was for sure. You know, there was limitations on where I could go and who I could be hanging out with. Alejandro says pure disrespect and no morals. The parents are to blame. I agree. You can't raise a young person who would think that this is funny and go plan this, take fireworks with them. It seems like there was a bit of planning involved in this, right? No consideration for the harm that it would be doing, to allow them to go into an environment such as this, and they think that this is humorous in any way, that this is funny. Irvin says that's the formation of a gang right there. It needs to be addressed ASAP. Aliano talks about a good need now for boot camp, no soft ass, one with the same bite. I think we could do with a little bit of tough love around here. Do we have programs, for example, that put these young people in touch with the hardcore criminals, like make them go and sit in a cell for a day and say, this is what you want. You want to sit here for 5 years out of your life, 10 years out of your life, depending on what the offense is. So somebody says they think they recognize one of the young men. Don't worry, we getting the videos already. We're going to put them on social media here in just a minute. Poor Wanda, she's so shocked. She says, holy Jay, those poor patrons. I mean, we were just talking about heart health. You're sitting there trying to order maybe a salad for your heart, and all of a sudden this happens. That could have given somebody a heart attack. Older people in Burger King, young kids. I mean, this could have been so much more serious than just patrons getting burned. These young people do not think. Now, I know the human brain does not develop to maturity until about 25, but they seem to have a recklessness about them that is really quite shocking. Lavana says, not to mention gas tanks are there too. Very, very dangerous and could have been so much worse. Miss Bonnie says, this is a generation of vipers that the Bible tells us about. Lord, please, please cover Cayman. Y'all need to do more than just pray and beg on the Lord to cover Cayman. You need to start raising your damn children. Stop blaming the devil. It's not the devil. It's just bad parenting. Oh, my goodness. Miss Morna, good morning. She says they need Judge Judy to deal with them. The parents would be held for the children's wrongdoing. Can we get some legislation on the books? I kind of think it's there, but are we going to finally have anybody with the testicular fortitude, the kahunas, to start holding parents responsible? Every single person who sustained burns needs to sue these parents and make them pay their medical bills. That's what needs to happen. Step it up. Sharm is here. Good morning, Sharm. Jonathan says, when I was that age, I was at the Holiday Inn chasing tourist girls. What a mess. Marshall weighs in. He says the fireworks should have went off in their hands. Damn bunch of idle fools. Jim says boot camp for sure. 936 Bobo is the telephone number. Like I said, there is a reward being offered for the naming of these young kids involved in this incident. Child, listen, the second that hit Instagram, all their friends going to be outing them for free. I suspect. What a hot mess. Lavana says, my youngest daughter is 21, soon 22. And even now, when she's going out, I ask her with who and who with. It's good to know, too, in case something happens, you can contact one of her friends, etc. This generation is just different. I think the parents are different, Lavana. And it's unfortunate because a lot of the parents would be on age with you, but they've just slacked off on the job. Alejandro says, put them in the regiment. Well, the regiment requires people who are actually disciplined. So I don't know if the regiment looking for them, because the regiment, you have to be already disciplined to be a member of the regiment. You got to show up for training. You got to be on time. But maybe they'll take a bunch of juveniles. I don't know. Stuart, morning, Stuart says it's a criminal offense. It's called a reckless and negligent act under the town and communities law. Good morning, caller. Morning.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hey, yes, Sandra.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Sorry to break you from your thing. I don't know, something is going on down by North Terminal. They found a man unresponsible,
Responsive. Down by the North Terminal? As in
by the North Terminal in town. So I hear the traffic is blocked up and all kind of something. Because I drive the tour bus. So they just announce it by the dispatch center. So I don't know if you want to call somebody, get the information. I heard when the CDC opened the car and people were coming around, CDC tell them run.
Run?
So I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. So that's why I'm calling. If you want, check it out.
All right, my dear. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
So again, you know, you guys get it fresh here on the show, Honey Child. Breaking news. Oh, we got a name already. A year 10 Clifton Hunter student. Yes, Honey Child. Thank you for that. I knew it wouldn't take long. Yep, little criminals. But yeah, there's some sort of breaking situation now. We understand. I guess that's at the port, the North Terminal. A man may have been found unresponsive. It sounds like in his car. Yes, another person just sent me a video. Says something is happening on the waterfront, Georgetown, an ambulance blocking the road. All right, thank you. So you guys are the best. And they listen to the cold hard truth in the background. That is so funny. So let me go ahead and show this to you guys before putting it up. Let me just see here. So yes, we'll put this up on social, but let's go ahead and share it with her. This is what you get when you listen to the cold hard truth, folks. You get the news as it happens, live and direct. So let me just show you the video footage that we have here this morning. And again, thank you to the individuals who have shared this with us. So here we go.
Can we get some legislation on the books? I kind of think it's there, but are we going to finally have anybody with the testicular fortitude, the kahunas, to start holding parents responsible? Every single person who sustained burns needs to sue these parents and make them pay their medical bills. That's what needs to happen. Step it up.
All right, thank you very much for that, my dear. So if you don't have to be on the waterfront this morning, please avoid the area if at all possible, because obviously traffic is already backed up. Now, in just a couple minutes, they're going to be starting the opening of the Grand Court. So I know that town is probably busy already because of that. What a mess. So we don't know exactly what it is yet, but we will definitely put some feelers out there and see what information we can obtain. Yes, non-responsive. Oh, what a hot mess. All right, folks, thank you so much to our listeners for this information. Okay, so the area. Okay, we're just posting this up on social right away for those of you who may not be listening to the program, so that we can. So that we can ensure that people stay out of the way, because that's when you've got emergency first responders working and the police probably now have to carry out some degree of an investigation. They don't want people, cluttering up the streets if at all possible. Wanda says, punish them like in Singapore with 100 lashes with a cane. Ooh, honey child, them parents wouldn't be ready for that. Salvin, good morning, says when the parents are held accountable, then the parents must be given the tools by law to punish their children and not running to child abuse every time. Well, Salvin, let me throw something out there for you to think about. I'm pretty sure that all of these young men, if you speak to them, come from families where they get an ass whooping on a regular basis. That is not their problem. And beating your kids, the form of disciplining, and I'll use that term very, very loosely here, that's not even real disciplining. That is normally a form of child abuse, because the parents don't recognize that the most important thing that they should be doing is setting a good example for their children. You start there and you start young and you bring up the child in the way that it should go. Most y'all beating your children, you have the worst behavior yourself. And I have seen it. The yelling and screaming and cursing and dysfunctionality that y'all exposing your children to, it's no wonder that they have behavioral issues and more. Some of them are little terrors because they are being terrorized in their own homes. And so they go out there and take it out on other people. I can assure you, Salvin, this has nothing to do with the fact that in the Cayman Islands, where corporal punishment is still very legal, y'all can still beat y'all children with complete immunity. That's not what the real problem is. The real problem is a lot of these children come from multiple generations of criminality. Even the second grade teachers can tell you, and they can predict with a 97% accuracy, the children that are going to be problematic, that are going to end up in Northwood. Let's have a real conversation on this. It ain't got nothing with you having the ability to beat your children. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Ms. Sandra.
How are you, my dear?
You know, it's really heartrending. It's a sorrowful situation.
Right?
Because unfortunately, this has to begin in the home. It's not a matter of training per se, but to really instill in the children a sense of value and meaning for the gift, the precious gift of life that they have. They're worse than animals. You know, you don't see animals. Some animals stay away from another animal attacking them.
Yes.
You know, and the behavior, it is really a time of lawlessness. It says men's hearts, you know, will wax cold for lawlessness sake. They don't have no sense of love, value, or meaning.
And you know what, caller, that is why when I say, and you know, I tell people, don't get insulted by it, but I don't really care if people get insulted by it, to be honest. When I say that we're also importing, we have it here, homegrown lawlessness, and then we are in the business of importing it as well. You know, we import people who don't care about our laws, whatever few laws there are that exist. They don't want to conform to any standards of decency, whatever. So it's being compounded in so many different directions. But what we see here today, this is homegrown lawlessness. These are children who have grown up understanding that they could do whatever, or believing, I should say, that they could do whatever they want and thinking that they're going to get away with it. Now they're going to get a cold, hard lesson in life.
And you see, if you don't value and respect your life and find meaning and purpose in it, you'll never do it for anybody else.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so anyway, thank you. So it's sad. It's really sad.
Thank you so much, my dear.
Yes,
So Alejandro says, but there's the cadet corps that recruits, young Caymanians to teach them discipline, whether they don't have it or not, they'll learn. Yes, there is that, but the regiment is not a disciplining. It's not meant for young kids like this, problematic young kids. But you know, maybe we need some form of a reform camp, boot camp. I don't know what you want to call it. Miss Judy says any decent young man who was raised by good parents would never engage in this type of behavior. Simple. They would have removed themselves once they saw what their friends were up to. This starts at home. Now, Cece says in reply to Judy that, sweetheart, this generation is different. I'm raising kids right. But when they go around friends, I don't know what they do, because a lot of times they come from a good home, a company, and having a weak mind will lead many of them to be cool, and then it cuts off. What I'm going to say, Cindy, as a parent, I totally understand that. Your children spend a lot of time in school around other children. You have got to control who your children's friends are. And believe me when I tell you, you're absolutely correct about the influence, even during the school day, that a child can have on another child. I've seen it myself. You know, I think I might have mentioned to you guys that my little one, when she was at Montessori, she had a best friend, because child, they pick up these terms by the time they're 3 years old, talking about my best friend, my BFF. I'm like, what does that even mean? And, you know, you have to encourage your children, don't hang out with one person, hang out with multiple people, do different things, you know, because they'll latch on to one person. And she latched on to a girl, listen, at the age of 5, none of these children are bad children, but she latched on to a young lady whose parents had a little bit of a freer disciplining, let me put it that way, style, right? So they're kind of like flowery people. They believe in letting the children run wild, honey child, and we're not about that life in the Hill family. So, you know, she was very, I could, the second I met this child, right? The child is asking me when I'd pick up Gigi, Lord have mercy. Listen, the child would say to me, oh, can we have a play date today? Caribbean child, by the way, I want to make it very clear. And I said, no, play dates have to be arranged in advance and whatever. And she's like, why are you picking up Gigi early? Where are you going? And I would say to her in a very matter-of-factly voice, young lady, that's actually none of your business. And I would just look at her. because this was a young lady that even at the age of 5 didn't understand boundaries. She didn't seem to appreciate that I'm an adult. And if I come to pick up my child, I don't need to tell you where I'm taking my child and what I'm doing. And the mere fact that you feel so free to ask as a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old, where are we going and what we're doing? I was like, honey, child, that is none of your business. I just look at her. And the shock on her face that someone just told her, that's none of your business. That's not your place. You are a child. She was like, what? Someone said no to me. Someone said that's none of your business. I just looked at her and I was like, ooh, you need some good old fashioned Caribbean reading in. And there's no need to beat a 5-year-old. But you have to set boundaries and limitations with these children. And so, yes, when Gianna's hanging out with her all day, I kept hearing this child's name in her mouth every 2 minutes. Well, she says this, and she's telling me, because she's been to England, and she's been here, and this is how the world works. And I stop my daughter and I say, Gigi, she is 5 years old just like you. What makes you think she knows everything about the world, that she's so much smarter than you and wiser than you? And I'd have to make her think she's also 5 years old. She doesn't know everything. I said, I'm your mom who's a little bit older than 5. And trust me when I say I've been around the block a couple times. So Cindy and others, you've got to pay attention to who your children are hanging out with. You've got to talk to your children, understand who their school friends are. And what I can control, right, is who you're going to hang out with after school. So when that same child wants to have a play date, I'm like, no, honey child. We don't have no play dates outside of school. The two of you clearly spend enough time in school already. You can talk to your teachers, and thank God for Gianna's current teacher, because she's got another best friend now at her new school. And the teacher said, oh yeah, it's too cliquish. We're going to separate them. We're going to put her at a different table. That's what kids do. They want to fit in. They want to hang out. They want to, they latch on to like one person. And if that person or group has a stronger personality than them, they get into group think and group mentality. This is human nature. And as parents, you need to educate yourselves about how all of this works and what are some of the things that you can do. So you can't just throw up your arms and give up and be like, boy, this generation different. I don't know what to do with them. No. You start early and you have conversations with your children every single day about there's going to be peer pressure. Your friends are going to tell you something and your friends don't know it all. Trust me, they don't. And a lot of times they give you misinformation. And it is your responsibility as a parent to ensure that you're having this continuous dialogue with your children, where you're setting the value system that you want them to have. And they're less likely to be influenced by other people when you're doing that. You talk about over the holidays, you know what my daughter said to me? She actually said it to both of us. We were driving the car in Jamaica. She said, sometimes I don't think you guys love me. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? What do you mean you don't think we love you? But I didn't get upset about it. I need to understand, what do you mean? She's 6 years old. When she says, sometimes I think you don't love me, I said, okay, can you give me an example of when you think we don't love you? She wasn't, but she said it. And this was something that was concerning. And I said, we love you a lot. And that is why we make sure that you're in a safe environment. We try to protect you. We give you the best of what we can. So later on in that day, we were at the toy store and we had to tell her no, because she wants to listen. The child yesterday was having a conversation with me about this brilliant idea she had. She wants to donate all of her toys so that that's an excuse to go and buy more toys. And I said, no, absolutely not. It's a little bit funny because her brain is thinking, ooh, if I want more toys, and mommy said I already have too many toys. If I donate everything, then I don't have any toys. I said, no, child, that's not how it works. I said, if you have toys that you're not using and you no longer want, they can be donated, but that doesn't mean that mommy has an endless bank account to go and buy you toys. And this was because we were in the area of Atlantic store and she wanted to go buy another toy. And I said, no. So in Jamaica, she said something, it was, I can't remember if it was ice cream or toys, because she got a sweet tooth. And we said no. And she said, it's times like this when I think you don't love me. I said, oh, okay. Now I get it. Now I understand what this is about. And I said, Gigi,
A person who never says no to you, a person who gives you everything that you want, is not someone who loves you. In fact, I know your brain might not understand this quite yet, but that is the opposite. People who let you go out there and do whatever, embarrass yourself, no discipline, hurt people, no rules in life. I said, those are the people who actually don't love you. So you parents out there who are making your children run around like hooligans, I question if you love your children at all. Because if you did, you wouldn't allow them to become unproductive members of society by encouraging that type of behavior. So I said to her, if someone gives you everything you want and doesn't set any rules in life for you, that's not a person who loves you. I said, that's the opposite of love. Now, I don't think her brain's going to quite comprehend that yet. But it is important that I have that conversation with her on a more frequent basis. And since she gave me that example, every time now I say no, I don't just say no. No comes with an explanation. No, you can't have any more sweets for the day because you've had enough. And sweets are bad for you. You'll get cavities. Your teeth will rot out. They're bad for your heart. You'll get diabetes. So all of a sudden now she's like, oh, Mom, is this going to give me diabetes? I said, yes, probably. Because these are habits that you are forming at a very young age in terms of your eating. Now she's skinny at this age, so she might not have a weight problem. But as the good Dr. Banerjee said this morning, you can't look at somebody's outside and know what the inside is like. But it's an everyday struggle. It's an everyday conversation. You don't say it once and expect a 5-year-old for the next 15 years of their life is going to get the message. She's back at school this week. I said to my husband on the ride to school, I called him. I said, please do some positive affirmations with her about being kind to people, showing your manners to your peers and your teachers, listening to your teachers, no talking too much in school, paying attention, right? We are handing our children off to school, teachers, administrators, but we have a primary job to do as well. We set the stage. And if you are driving your children to school in the mornings, as a lot of you do, this is an opportunity to engage them in a discourse and to have a conversation. You know, the best thing I have done so far in my parenting journey was to take that damn iPad and tell Miss Stacy to hide it. I don't even know where Miss Stacy put the iPad. But the lack of disengaging her from that technology forces us in the car to have conversations. And now she's sharing things with me like, oh, I don't think you love me. I'm like, what? Because she's not on the phone or an iPad. These are some of the mistakes as parents, because the iPad, the technology is easy. It gives you a break, gives you a minute. Oh God, you've had a long day. Who wants to have a conversation with a 6-year-old? Listen, you got to do it. In my case, I've only got the one. So as I say, I don't have the opportunity to mess it up. Some of y'all got 5 children. You can kind of take your time because, you know, you might get a second chance. We don't have no second chances when you only got the one child. All right. I see the procession has started as it relates to the opening of the Grand Court. So I'm going to pull this feed in now so that you guys can hear some of this. So just give me a second here. So I don't think there's any audio as yet, so we can continue talking, but we can see the police are there as part of the opening of the Grand House, which officially happens today. Clerk of the Court, that's Miss, what's her name again? Shiona Allard, what's her last name? What's Shiona's last name is again? I can't even remember now. But anyway, she is, what is her position? Hold on one second, let me double check. They're always changing up jobs, child, so I can't keep up. This is Shiona Allinger. She is the assistant clerk. Did she get her promotion? Wait a minute. Assistant clerk of the Legislative Assembly. When did that happen? Oh no, she's currently the Senior Deputy Clerk of Courts and Registrar of Financial Services. I was kind of wondering if she got another job, child. So she's there at the courts this morning. So
Alejandro says, gotta love CMR. So Marshall says, until parents are held responsible for their children, bad behavior and mischievousness, then they will be more aware of what they're doing and where they are. Morning, Vanessa. Vanessa says, I agree with you. Alejandro says, you're hitting all the points correct. For real, Sandy, tell him. And listen, nobody is saying that this journey is easy. Let's be very, very clear here. This is a difficult situation, right? Having to raise children in a world that sometimes you have to question your own sanity in is not an easy job, but you signed up for it when you decided to have a child. That's why I keep telling young people, don't make some idiot, Ebanks boy, Powell, whoever the heck he is, get you pregnant when you're not ready for this responsibility. Because it is a responsibility, folks, and it ain't easy. It's not easy being a parent, right? You've got to provide for your children a safe environment, finances, all that stuff, but you also need to provide them with discipline and structure. I was thinking to myself last night, actually, about how boring my husband and I actually are. Because every single night, almost without fail, we are home. We're the ones 99.9999999% of the time here putting my daughter together. It only this year that I've decided that I needed some outside help, right? And, once in a while we'd be like, oh God, we need a little break. Let's see if we can take a couple hours off in the evenings. But every single night, I'm the one with my daughter, giving her her bath, reading her book. Last night we read another story in one of her little books. They're like 5-minute stories, right? She's like, oh, let's snuggle up and read a bedtime story. That is valuable time with her. Like I said, I only get one opportunity to do it. And I better give it my best shot and see if I can't do it right. Some of y'all just don't care. You're out in these streets living your best teenage life when you're in your 30s and your 40s. It's too late once you have children to be trying to floss in these streets. Poor Jonathan, talking about these kids are probably rebelling because they got a crumb from the Burger King scratch off. Don't be ridiculous, Jonathan. Miss Vernita says, look at what that 6-year-old did in America that shot his teacher. Yes. I mean, again, come to find out the mother purchased the gun. How does a 6-year-old child have access to a firearm? Seriously. It's just ridiculous. And Marshall says that some parents themselves need to be going to boot camp. So Cece says, I agree, Sandy, highly agree. My kids know I don't drop licks. Amelia, be saving them sometimes. Cece, I want to encourage you to drop less licks and just talk to your children. You don't have to lick them every time you're upset, and stop yelling at your children too. Talk to them in a nice, calm, sensible voice. Let them know with ongoing dialogue that you need them to adjust their behavior, but try other things other than just licking your children, because all you're doing is teaching your children that when somebody wants you to do something, the only way they can get it done is through violence. That's the underlying message. Anyway, we see here, it's already warm out there. I hope none of these poor police officers drop down, because, child, by the time they put on all their hats and full uniform and stuff, the temperature be rising. So I think that was just the Chief Justice inspecting the guard. But look at, you see that one woman on the side there already? Look like she's kind of trembling a little bit, closest to the camera. Y'all need to watch these guys. I hope they have ambulance on standby, because she looked like she's kind of moving a little bit too much. It's hard to be out there in full uniform because it gets hot in that direct sun. Why wouldn't they move them up on the steps where it looks like there's a little bit more shade? Because look there, they are right in direct heat at 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh, Lord. Alexa, I'm not talking to you.
Sorry. I thought I heard my name.
No, you didn't. Thomas, I thought I heard my name. Ain't nobody talking to you, honey, child. Real Deal says this generation is different because their parents have slacked off on their responsibilities and raising them right. Amen. Thank you. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Miss Judy says Sandra, I have an 11-year-old, and every day we ask him about his day. If he tells us about a child who displays rude behavior, we tell him sternly to be polite, but to not hang out with that child. You have to teach your children that the behavior of others can also affect them if they're in the same company. And not just that, Miss Judy, because my daughter likes to do this as well. She likes to blame other people. So when the teacher called me about her, she's like, oh, but let me just start naming Samantha. I don't think there's a Samantha in her class, and nobody should get offended. Oh, but Samantha was, I said, listen, I am not Samantha's parent, and I'm not responsible for Samantha, right? I said, you cannot allow anybody else to influence your behavior. You have got to be strong, young lady. If you know something is wrong, nobody should be trying to convince you otherwise. I said, I don't care what Samantha's doing. Do I look like I'm Samantha's mommy? I'm concerned about what you're doing. And the truth of the matter is, once your name is called up in it, you're going to be held responsible, even for Samantha's behavior, as far as I'm concerned. Because why are you hanging out with Samantha if you know Samantha is a bad little girl? And then she'd be like, she's not going to answer to that. I'm like, really? Another parent says, my son had a good friend who was making poor choices, and he distanced himself from that friend on his own without my intervention. Was so proud of him that he had enough discernment to make that decision. And I know all of my children's friends and parents or know of the parents. Y'all need to make time, right? So when a parent says to me, oh, you can drop Gianna off at my house, hell to the no. There'll be no dropping off at your house. I don't know who you are. Why is there no audio in this feed? It's up, but there's no audio. I mean, I don't know who you are. Just because you got money don't mean that you anybody special to me. And you got a big house and you drive a fancy car, that means nothing to me because it doesn't speak to your moral character. And so, no, I can't just be dropping my child off. I have to come, or I'm going to be sending somebody to supervise the play date and to keep a very keen eagle eye out for my own child. That's how it works. And that's what y'all be trying to get such a break. That y'all be willing to just drop your children off anywhere. I'll be like, oh yes, I'll just drop them off. No, sir. And I get it. That's why I keep telling y'all, don't become single parents by choice. Because you need a break. Your brain needs a break. You physically need a break. So pawn them off on your responsible spouse. You can't just be letting your children roam around like a bunch of hooligans. So we see again members of the judiciary, and those would be grand court judges with the wigs on, inspecting the guard. So there's our first female Chief Justice, the Honorable Margaret Ramsey Hale. I'm trying to inquire as to why there's no audio. So hopefully we'll get the audio sorted. This person says, Gigi using her head on you like mother, like daughter. Well, she's not gonna use it on me, honey, chair. Because like I said, been there, done that. And I'm well aware of what these young people do. Let me pull out this feed and try refreshing it to see if that helps any. Yeah, they're not gonna be using no head on me because I wasn't born this size. And that's why I tells her. I said I wasn't born yesterday. I'm a little bit wiser than you. I've experienced it. Because they'll try you. No, make no bones about it. Your children will try you on a regular basis. Yeah, I started to hear a little bit of audio as well, Kevin, but I can't really hear much. Okay. This generation, yes, Alejandro. Let me see where I left off. Repetitious and reinforcements that affect children. Change is always good, but need Caribbean follow-ups. No, Selvin, you and I are gonna have to agree with that. You do more by being consistent with your messaging and your methods of disciplining. You can't decide to discipline a child once every blue moon with the big stuff. It's the everyday enforcement. I remember when Gigi was a baby. I have lost count, and I do it even now. She's pretty good now, but sometimes she still slips up. When she asks for something, she doesn't use her manners. She doesn't say please. She doesn't say thank you. And I stop her and say thank you. And if she doesn't understand it the first time, I say it again, and then she says it. I remember when she first went to Montessori, they're like, oh, she's the most, she has the most manners of everybody in the class. I said, she better. But again, start hanging out with people. You forget to say Miss So-and-so. That's my teacher. Use Miss. You're not calling them by their first name. You're not their companion, and you're not their friends. Adults, she understands that sometimes we call adults auntie that are not an uncle. They're not technically related to us, but it is a measure of respect. It is a term of respect and endearment. This parent says, tell them again. Every day I have conversations with my kids. Their business is my business. Hallelujah. And you better believe I need to know all of their friends and their motives. It's our job at all times to protect our children, and that job will never expire. Mm-hmm. All right, so we got, let me see. The Royal Jamaican Police Force looks shaky this morning, says somebody. Oh, y'all need to stop. The Royal Jamaican Police Force. Oh my God. Can I tell y'all something? There was someone who reached out to me about the conversation we had on Monday. And this is what they said. They said, hey, Sandy, Happy New Year. Just getting to watch the Cold Hard Truth. This is at 2:20 in the afternoon. Laughing out loud. You had me rolling when you started talking about Jamaicans. No offense taken. You're right on the money. That's the reason I left there so many years ago. As you would say, honey child, laughing out loud. Jamaica is another world. Did you know that when a person has a work permit approved in Bermuda, the person who applied for the work permit has to be present at the immigration window to collect you, and you have to stay at the address on the application. It's too easy to get a work permit here, Sandy. This is proof. She was in trouble. Again, this is the murderer that went back to Jamaica. She was in trouble, and someone maybe said, get a work permit and go to Cayman. And now we know that the person who said that was actually her own sister who got her out of the jurisdiction. This person says, I tell you, when I was a cop, I said it's best to ask for an arrest record that rather than a police record. Clearances can't state arrests. Lots of persons get hired despite having active arrests. So that would prevent that. And that's actually a really good idea. So we've been trying to give this government a number of suggestions of how they can tighten the system a little bit. And here's another practical suggestion. Stop asking for a police record and ask for an arrest record. Yeah? Because if you have an active arrest, we don't need you here. Sort out your business before you come and don't have any active court cases. Because too many of them are here running from the law. For murders and otherwise. Jonathan says, in my day, they called it grounded. Well, there's a lot of things you can do to children other than just grounding them. Whatever your child is into. My daughter was into that iPad, and trust me, I took that in a heartbeat. There'll be no more iPad privileges. And if you keep it up, all your privileges are going to be gone. She's like, oh my gosh. When can I get it back? When you're 10 years old? And then it becomes when you're 20 years old. Selvin, thank you. Dean says, give it your best shot, Sandy. Time's going by swiftly. Ms. Darlene says, Jonathan is CMR's clown. Is he the class clown? Is everybody going to vote for Jonathan as class clown? Oh, Jonathan, you've acquired a reputation. Alejandro says, actually, how do they know how to shoot a gun? My first time wasn't a natural instinct. Those Americans, child, they grew up as a baby with a gun in the hand. Bottle in one, pacifier in one, and gun in the next. And Jonathan says, that's okay. Every court needs a jester. Aw, he's happy to accept the position. Alejandro says, to the left, she better know what to sign up for. England have a strict rule when it comes to standing at attention. Oh, Lord have mercy. Darlene says, I agree. Hell to the no and no sleepovers. Oh, you better believe that. Don't even ask me. It's not in our definition. No, sir. So this is the judiciary. Very Caribbean, my love. I must tell you, we've imported a lot of people to work in the judiciary. Most come from Jamaica. Don't y'all kill me now, but this is just the truth. Check out Stacey Ann. She got a new do for the new year. Look at her. Short hair, crop. Oh yeah, she opened up her new law firm recently, child. So there's Magistrate Philippa McFarland, who is standing kind of in the middle, right behind the second male over. So the Grand Court judges are the ones in red and the wig on. And right behind them is some of the court magistrates and court staff and so on. So it looks like they're all gathering for a picture. A lot of the lawyers are now coming into play. So over in the far, that would be my far left. I guess that'd be your far left if you're looking at it as well. We have some persons from, there's Brady's nephew with the sunglasses on. There's two men with the sunglasses, one in the front who's smiling right now. He works for the DPP's office. Although my sources tell me that he's leaving the DPP's office. Y'all want a little bit of court sus? He is resigning from the DPP's office and going elsewhere, I guess, in private practice. It's interesting. He's actually a very good prosecutor. See, he moved up to the front there. His name is, oh gosh, what the hell his name is again? Oh Lord, I can't remember his name now. Anyway, he's a really good prosecutor, and he's leaving because this is what they do. They come here on a government contract, get comfortable, stay for a couple of years, gain the relevant experience, and then they move on, leave government hanging. So he's leaving to go somewhere else. I soon find out where he's going. Don't y'all worry about that. And then there's Brady with the briefcase. He always got his little briefcase, child. Taking out and checking his phone, making sure he don't have no new clients messaging him, new criminals who need representation. So yes, they look like they've so this is the official opening this morning, folks, of the Grand Court. So this week has been very quiet at the court. They've been sending out a cause list, but not much has been happening. Look at how tall Stacey Ann is. Wow, she is really tall. So she's standing out speaking to Mr. Alberga, who is a well-respected member of the judiciary. The two of them having a good little laugh on each other. And some of these other people now that you see on the steps, this is criminal registry staff. I deal with them all the time. Oh, look at my little Tori. She actually got a little promotion. She's in a different section now. Oh, how cute. Yes, honey child. So there's Tori. There's, oh gosh, what is her name again? Jayan? The supervisor is, oh God, her husband, they live Town way. The one with the glasses in the front. I can't remember her name now. She's right in the middle. I think she's a Walton, a Watler, or something. They all work in the criminal registry, most of these people. And I think that young man is he a bailiff? No. He works in the criminal registry section as well. He's always doing something with files. So they're doing a little photo op, bless their little hearts. Yeah, so this is some of the staff there at the court that makes things happen. These are people working behind the scenes. There is Stacy Park. Stacy is the head, I think it's the director of legal aid. Speaking of legal aid, Miss Cecile Levy, thank you, Magdalene. Speaking of legal aid, y'all remember my nemesis, that's what I'll call her for now, Darlene Oku. I understand that she is also leaving government. So she went from the DPP's office, get a big time cushy job over at the legal aid office. She's like their in-house legal counsel. And now I understand that she's leaving, but I have not yet found out where she's going. Inquiring minds do want to know. I hope it's back to Saskatchewan, to be honest, and not in another job here in the Cayman Islands. Because, child, this is what they do. We getting PR, and next thing you know. There's our little friend from the Compass, Andrell. He just walked by the screen there. Who's this young man with the braided hair? Why y'all panning the camera up? Oh, by the way, they've renamed the building to the what is it called? The Halls of Justice or something? It's gotten a new name. So it looks like the proceedings might actually be going inside. The cameraman got a little shaky just now there. Yeah, this is exclusive CMR commentary that y'all are getting. Soka says people incorrectly say police record when they mean a police clearance. You don't want a police record, as that means you're a criminal. That's true, Soka. Soka keeping us on the straight and narrow with her vocabulary or vernacular. Thank you, madam. Jonathan says, believe me, when I was grounded, I felt it too. I remember why I got grounded in the first place. Lady Demas says, ha ha ha, Sandy is the best. I'm giving y'all all the sus, all the court news, who's leaving, who's coming. And the whole 9 yards. Yes, my dear child. What a hot mess, I tell you. Let me see here now. All right, let me just make sure. Sending out all of our news alerts to everybody in WhatsApp. So, yes, yeah. So somebody else was actually messaging me, and I need to read this message to you guys because I thought that this was rather interesting as well. So give me 1 second. Somebody said, did you know that Stacey's gone independent? Yes, I just mentioned that she's opened up her own law firm, honey child. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, it's a lot of work when you work for yourself now. Don't think it's going to be an easy journey, but we wish her the best of luck. And you know what is so funny? Can I tell you something? We had a conversation a few months ago, and Stacey said to me when she told me, we just happened to have been on a flight in December sitting next to each other. And she said, Sandy, you're not going to believe this, but I've been thinking about it. And you and I had a conversation, and you were the one who convinced me to go out on my own. I was like, I did? She said, yeah, we had a conversation in court one day, and you were talking about your journey as an entrepreneur. And you made me realize that there's no limit when you're running your own show. And so that was like the final kind of push or conversation I needed to have to be able to do it. And I said, girl, go do your thing. Yes, it's a good experience. And listen, not all the time you're going to be successful, but it's still good experience. It is well worth it. The lessons that you're going to learn along the way can't be replaced by anything else. Alejandro says, yo, fake leather school belts back then was my biggest fear growing up to feel, because they were getting licks 4 times swipe after my aunt double. Oh my gosh, Lord have mercy. What a mess. Alejandro says, yep, gotta be confident. Yeah, go out there and make the world your oyster, honey child. All right, so let me tell you all the message that I got from someone that I thought was very, very interesting. So this person yesterday messaged and said, case in point, the men who killed Estella, you guys remember Estella Scott Roberts? The guy who took out the permit for them was my friend, and he had just gotten status. Then he got a permit for these guys, and they promptly murdered Estella in the worst possible way. Keep up the good work, Sandra. Those of you who are taking out permits for people, there has to be more responsibility on you to make sure that you are doing your due diligence. That would cut down a lot of this fraudulent behavior. Y'all just taking out work permits, don't know people, no background checks, no nothing. Hoodwinking, taking money from them, taking advantage of the system. The government should put some burden on you as well. When they get in trouble, you get in trouble. I bet y'all stop your foolishness then. This person says, if you've never tried Birkenstocks, get a pair and try, preferably the cork ones, not the new rubbery type, although those are nice too. I had plantar fasciitis, tendonitis, and inflammation of the Achilles tendon for many, many years, resulting in surgery in one foot. Wow. Burke saved me from a second surgery and helped heal my feet. I love them. Lots of styles and colors. Yeah, shoes definitely make a big difference. And honey child, I've spent so much money and resources on shoes. I can't even begin to tell you. I have more shoes. I like Clark's because they are good supportive shoes. And I've had my shoes checked out by the physicians, and they said, yep, I'm doing a good job. I can't wear a flat shoe. That's the biggest advice. I need something with a little bit of elevation in the heel area. But I actually have pretty good, like I have a good arch and stuff. So I'm not like, I don't have a flat foot, which I know causes a lot of issues for people. But yes. So thank you so much for that. This person said yes and good morning. Also the person, oh yeah, I think we read this one already. Okay. All right. Alejandro says, I'm still upset about how much privilege from the murderers getting in prison, Sandy. How much privilege the murderers are getting in prison. Dean says, thanks much, Sandy. I can sit here in my little place of business selling gungo peas and getting firsthand synopsis of what's current in Cayman. Do you sell anything other than gungo peas? Are you a farmer? What else you got for us, Dean? Tell us about what you're selling. Alejandro says they'll be blaming everything on mental health. How much prison find them convenient? Need cigarettes and no child. So we've reported the audio. Oh, let me see here now. Oh, wow. This person said that. Oh, they said no need to share publicly, but it might be worth sharing. That apparently the two men in the Estella situation are actually with different employers. So one of them gone mental. He should go mental. He killed somebody in such a horrific way. They should be haunted every night by her spirit and both go mental. Are we keeping him here while he's mental? Horrible. All right. Yep. We've notified the team on site. They will be full audio for the upcoming remarks. All right. So we're waiting on that. I'm hearing a little bit of audio. Okay, so let's see. It looks like they're getting situated inside the court, although I still can't hear them. If they have audio, it's super low. We need to fix that. It's audio, but you still can't hear them. Let me pull it out and refresh it. Come on now, we want to hear it. Fix it, GIS. Fix it, Jesus. Here we go, a little bit better. Turn up the mic, turn up the volume. We need to hear the magistrate. Still can barely hear her.
As usual, the Deputy Premier. I'm not sure if you're acting, sir, if your senior is simply late. We have a very special guest
That
this
was
morning.
a little call out on the Premier. She said, I don't know if you're acting or your senior's late, Mr. Premier. Where are you?
Is retired of the Cayman Islands. And we have other judicial colleagues sitting in the galleries. I note the attendance of Mr. St. John Stevens in particular. Welcome, DG. Can I say it's exceptionally good to see you? And I feel reassured. There was much said.
Here we go.
And
volume
I can
working
see
now.
you now in the flesh that you are.
Bump it up a little bit more.
Hale and hearty. Welcome to your deputy, I think, and if not, Gloria McAfee Nixon and Strand Bodden and Eric Bush are the chief officers all members of the House of Parliament. Forgive me if I don't get the protocol correct. I rely on Madam Attorney this morning to establish protocol. I'm simply greeting my friends and in no particular order. So I see my Auntie Heather.
Can radio folks, by the way, can you guys hear her on the radio?
And of course, our new speaker, Catherine Wilkes, the youngest ever to grace that office. And then we have another female in high office in Cayman. You have to watch out. I'm going to invite Pastor Andrew Eubanks. I think it is of the Agape Family Worship
I don't
Center.
know what I know. You're definitely
to commence the
on radio.
proceedings
Can't hear. Hold on
for
a
us by
second.
leading us in prayer.
Okay, I think that should be good.
Almighty God,
there we go.
thank you for
Radio
this
should
day.
be good now.
We invite your presence here in this room with us today.
If y'all know what I know, you definitely want to watch her.
Service. We invite your presence here today, Lord, because we ask for your divine wisdom and guidance to rest upon this court and this house. Lord, this is not a place for revenge or retribution, but a place for due process, justice, truth, and rightly delivered verdicts. And so our prayer today is first of all a prayer of gratitude. We are thankful because we live in a nation where we are not required to live in lawlessness or chaos, but we have laws to guide our actions and our interactions with one another, that we may live according to the wisdom that you have given for the betterment of our islands and this world. We are thankful for the freedom that we have and the opportunity to make our voices be heard. And we are thankful for those who are engaged in the many facets of the creation and enforcement of our laws, and those who serve this court in particular. We pray for the judges, both past and present, the officers of this court, the attorneys who stand at this bar to plead their causes before this bench. May they sense your hand in their endeavors, and may they seek your guidance in their life. May they learn to trust in you and turn to you in all matters. May you grant them wisdom, understanding, and compassion, and may they pursue justice, that truth may prevail, that false claims will be dropped, and the innocent vindicated and protected. And so we recall the words of the prophet Micah today, that he has shown you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but to act justly, to love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Let this be the place where truth and mercy meet. And may this court and this courtroom be filled with the confidence of your wisdom and the generosity of your mercy and power and love. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor Andrew.
Y'all love a prayer.
Before I turn to Madam Attorney, I'm just going to say it was remiss of me not to welcome Sir Alden, but I didn't welcome any other lawyers because we're simply in a place where you usually do business. But again, remiss of me. I make mention of my sister, Justice Marlene Carter. She sits with us on the bench today because she's not fulfilling her ordinary, temporary judge role, but she is actually acting in my substantive post, the one that was vacant on my appointment to Chief Justice. With any luck, it augurs well for her future. But for as long as she is acting, we say that we're very happy to have her. I have a very, very, very special guest. I welcome from Texas, the Honorable William D. Wallace. I understand Judge Wallace is a district judge for the 378th Judicial District Court in Ellis County, Texas. He is here on vacation, but seemingly decided to turn a part of his visit to the Cayman Islands into a busman's holiday. Judge Wallace presides over family cases primarily and asked in correspondence if he could meet his counterpart on our bench. Well, I thought we could do better than that. And so I invited him to the opening so that he could meet all of us. He accepted, and it is with pleasure I extend him a warm welcome, a Cayman kind welcome, to both him and his wife, who has attended with him. Welcome, Judge. Good to have you here. All right, we're going to get on with the proceedings. I'm free to tell you that I did a Google word search on my speech, which currently contains 4,976 words. And according to Google, it would take me 38 minutes to deliver it. I'm not limited because I am the chief. But as I sit here, I'm considering how many ways I can chop it down so that you don't have to stay with me past the lunch hour. I'm going to invite the Honorable Acting Attorney General, Ms. Reshma Sharma, QC, to move the motion for the opening of the court. Madam Attorney. My Lady Chief Justice. Did I say QC? KC. No, I still call him Chief Justice. But I obviously, but there's a time lag in my brain. Ms. Reshma Sharma, KC.
Thank you, my Lady Chief Justice. My Lady Chief Justice, Honorable Judges of the Grand Court, Honorable Chief Magistrate and other magistrates, President of the Justices of Peace Association, Director of Public Prosecutions, Council Member of the Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association, special guests, distinguished colleagues at the public and private bars, ladies and gentlemen. At your invitation, my Lady Chief Justice, I rise to move the motion for the opening of the Grand Court for the year 2023. And as is customary, I crave your indulgence to offer some observations on the past year. But before doing so, my lady, please permit me to join you in also recognizing His Excellency the Governor, the Honorable Deputy Premier, the Honorable Deputy Governor, other Cabinet colleagues, the Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, Chief Officers, Visiting Justice William Wallace, and other specially invited guests who are here with us. Their presence today in these court proceedings reflects their continued support for the administration of justice. Permit me also, my lady, to extend the apologies of the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Samuel Bulgin, KC, who is currently attending the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, joint group meeting overseas. I'll speak more to this particular subject later on, but at this stage, I would like to simply convey his greetings to you and the judiciary on this occasion. My lady, may I pay special tribute to His Excellency the Governor. I had the privilege of welcoming him to his first Grand Court opening in 2019 when I addressed this honorable court at its opening. And today note that this will be his last such event before he departs these shores in March. During his tenure, His Excellency firmly supported the administration of justice. He was also a staunch proponent for the rule of law, in addition to his other pursuits such as running marathons and playing the steel pan. He'll be very much missed. And on behalf of those gathered here today, my lady, I extend to him our very best wishes for his future endeavors, wherever they may take him. And on this occasion, my lady, it is only fitting that we observe the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in September of 2022. Historically, the sovereign played a pivotal role in the enforcement of law and the establishment of a system of justice, from which arose the concept of the sovereign as the fount of justice. In modern times, however, that role became symbolic, with the sovereign as the figure in whose name justice was carried out and law and order maintained. Criminal prosecutions, for example, have been brought in her name against those charged, and senior and distinguished practitioners were, up until 2021, appointed as Queen's Counsel, or they will now be known as King's Counsel as a result of King Charles III's reign. Today, we remember our late Queen, her abiding commitment to her country, the realms, and the Commonwealth, the values for which she stood firm, and the grace and dignity with which she reigned for more than 70 years. My Lady, 2022 was an eventful year for the judiciary and the legal profession. And as we look back on some of the highlights of that year, what better place to start than by recognizing your ladyship's historic appointment as Chief Justice, the very first Chief Justice, female Chief Justice of these islands, last October. Your appointment was warmly received throughout the islands in recognition of your ladyship's distinguished career which includes your tenure as Chief Justice in the Turks and Caicos Islands, as well as before the magistrates and grand courts of these islands for several years. Please accept our warmest congratulations, my lady, on this milestone. We wish you every success in your new role and are confident that your goal of establishing a blueprint for court excellence, to which you referred at your swearing-in ceremony last October, will be realized in very short order. Now, it's been said, my lady, that every new beginning comes from some of the beginning's end. And so, as we welcomed our new Chief Justice, with some sadness we bid farewell to your ladyship's most esteemed predecessor, Sir Anthony Smellie KC, after his tenure of more than 24 years in that capacity. Now, the importance of Sir Anthony's contribution to the jurisprudence of these islands in all spheres of law simply cannot be overstated. And we look forward to the upcoming valedictory ceremony next week, where some of his many notable and indeed landmark judgments will be highlighted. To Sir Anthony, we again extend our very sincere thanks for his dedicated service over the years, our heartiest congratulations on the knighthood that was conferred on him last year, and our very best wishes on what can only be described as a well-deserved retirement from the bench. In yet another historic event, my lady, the islands welcomed the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council last November for its inaugural sitting, at which 3 appeals from this jurisdiction were heard in Courtroom 9, part of the new accommodation located in the former Scotiabank building, a building that we've heard much about in past openings. Some might say that that opening was itself a historic event, but the Privy Council's visit will long be remembered by practitioners and the wider public alike. And indeed, the opportunity to meet with our final appellate judges of these islands, some lawyers, including some very senior practitioners, noticeably starstruck, understandably, of course. Now, the completion of the new court facilities was long anticipated, and some will, of course, say long overdue. And without preempting your ladyship on this subject, I would simply observe that the amenities of the new Hall of Justice, as it is so fittingly known, are entirely consistent with the caliber of service delivered by the Cayman Islands judiciary, for which this jurisdiction is renowned. And now, my lady, I crave your indulgence to recognize some appointments in the past year. Firstly, that of Justice Ewan Kewley as a member of the Court of Appeal of Bermuda, and that appointment takes effect this month. Justice Kewley now joins Sir Anthony on the Court of Appeal, following the latter's reappointment in 2021 for a further term of 3 years. Our sincere congratulations to Justice Kewley on this very well-deserved appointment, and I dare say an appellate panel comprising Sir Anthony and Justice Kewley will be indeed a formidable panel. I also note the appointment of Court Administrator, Mrs. Suzanne Bothwell, as an acting magistrate. She has no doubt been a welcome addition to her fellow magistrates, and we wish her the very best in this new capacity. I would also extend congratulations to Acting Madam Justice Carter on this occasion, and wish her continued good work in the days ahead. I imagine there's going to be much more work to come. And finally, my lady, I'm pleased to extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Simon Davis, next to me, our new Director of Public Prosecutions. On this, his very first Grand Court opening. Mr. Davis took up his post in March of 2022, and we wish him every success in the days ahead. Turning now to legislative developments, my lady, in the past year. These have included the commencement of Parts 1 and 2 of the Legal Services Act, which provide for the establishment of the Council, as well as Sections 99 and 101. Now, the staggered approach to commencement was intended to allow for the administrative arrangements to be put in place, as well as regulations, fee structures, immigration requirements, operational procedures, and disciplinary rules. Full commencement is anticipated for the first quarter of 2023, and I'm pleased to report that the majority of council members have already been appointed. In Parliament's final meeting for 2022, the following legislation was among some of those enacted. A new Contempt of Court Act, which provides greater clarity as to those acts which constitute contempt and outline fair trial rights to which alleged contemners are entitled, in accordance with Section 7 of the Bill of Rights of the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009. the Criminal Justice Offenders Assisting Investigations and Prosecutions Act, which provides for the statutory codification of the use of King's evidence, and among other things, empowers the DPP to grant immunity from prosecution in certain cases, allows the court to make a sentence reduction on guilty pleas, and facilitates the review of sentences. We also saw passed the Identification Register Act and Related Identification Card Act, which collectively provide for a national identity scheme. These acts will not come into force until later in the year, however. We also noted amendments to the Anti-Corruption Act, which were approved. These designate the Anti-Corruption Commission as a law enforcement agency in the islands, confer additional powers on investigating officers, and clarify the circumstances in which the Commission shall investigate reports. Amendments were also enacted to the Customs and Border Control Act, milady, and these relate to the procedures for asylum applications. Now, milady, Parliament also approved the holding of a government-initiated referendum on the introduction of a national lottery, which will allow for the regulation control of an alternative activity and the decriminalization of cannabis. The referendum bill is expected to come before Parliament in the first quarter of this year. I now return, my lady, to the international standards for anti-money laundering, which I'll refer to as AML, and the combating of the financing of terrorism, which I refer to by CFT. My lady, at its plenary in Paris in October of last year, the FATF determined that the jurisdiction had satisfied the recommended action on beneficial ownership. This meant that the jurisdiction had satisfied 62 out of 63 recommended actions related to improving its AML and CFT regime, with just one outstanding recommended action left for completion. This now takes the jurisdiction one step closer to removal from the FATF's list of jurisdictions with AML and CFT deficiencies, and by extension, a step closer to removal from the EU's AML and CFT list. Please allow me, my lady, to commend both the public and private sectors for their tireless work to meeting the standards and actions to which the jurisdiction has been subject. It's not been an easy task, but it is eminently clear from these developments that their efforts have not been in vain. And for most of 2020, my lady, global headlines were and continue to be dominated by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And in response, over the course of the year, we saw the EU, the United States, the United Kingdom and Canada imposing further amendments to what have been described as unprecedented and some of the most severe sanctions against Russia. In April of 2022, government announced the establishment of a multi-agency task force comprising various government departments and statutory authorities to effectively implement our domestic sanctions regime, which is found under the Russian Sanctions Overseas Territories Order 2020, and in collaboration with the UK Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation, which is known as OFSI. As at mid-July 2022, assets valued at approximately US 8.4 billion and approximately 297.4 million euro had been frozen in this jurisdiction. And in the past year, there was a steady stream of license applications being made to the governor to allow applicants to undertake acts which would otherwise be prohibited under our sanctions regime. Some of these applications have raised complex and at times novel issues under the sanctions framework, and it is expected that the volume of work in this area will steadily increase this year. And following on from the UK's lead, my lady, the governor issued 2 general licenses, the first of which allows a relevant investment fund or fund manager to redeem, withdraw a deal with a non-designated person's interest, and make payment for routine fees, expenses from frozen accounts. The second such license, my lady, permits the supply or delivery by ship of Russian oil and oil products, as well as associated services, only where they've been purchased or sold at or below a corresponding price. This has been known as the Oil Price Cap General License, and work is currently underway for a 3rd general license, which is anticipated will be issued shortly. Now, these general licenses, my lady, similarly permit individuals or entities to undertake activities which would otherwise be prohibited under the OT's order, but without having to wait for a specific license to be issued. And given the ever-increasing number of new designations under the Russia sanctions, and more recently the Belarus regime, the likely corresponding increase in license applications, which I just mentioned, general licenses will offer more expeditious means of allowing certain actions to be taken, subject, of course, to compliance with certain conditions. My lady, from November 27th to the 1st of December last year, the Cayman Islands hosted the first in-person meeting of the CFATF since 2019. This event was attended by almost 300 overseas and 130 local delegates. And coincidentally, my lady, it was also the organization's 55th plenary meeting, the 30th anniversary of the CFATF as the first FATF-style regional body to be established. It was also the third time that the Cayman Islands assumed chairmanship of the CFATF. Now, with such momentous milestones, the jurisdiction was understandably keen to deliver an unparalleled plenary experience for all delegates, and that it did with aplomb through the collective efforts of various government agencies and public sector entities. And to those bodies, my lady, and their respective officers, I extend
All right, folks. The audio definitely, I would say, is not the best. I do believe it just dropped out again. So I don't know what's happening with the audio. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with it. But of course, we have to keep it going on the radio live feed, because if it stops and it drops out there, that's going to switch off the radio. So I don't know what's happening with GIS today and their communications division, but she's clearly continuing to speak. It's just the audio is gone. So I don't know, honey chill. Somebody just said this is their area of expertise. They would have expected better audio, but there you have it. I don't feel so bad when audio is my Achilles heel, because if the experts can't even get it right, what a mess. Ay. Let me refresh it. I'm going to just pull it down for a second and then refresh it. Maybe that'll help. I don't know what to tell y'all. I'm a little squirrel on a tree, sometimes trying to understand how to get to the nut. Literally. So it looks like their feed is, it actually might be, the feed has frozen now. Okay, good thing I'm sitting here watching it, honey chill. Got me some iced tea and water. Alejandro was saying how the subtitles not working. Well, that's because the subtitles oftentimes don't understand people with an accent. If you're not speaking, precise and pronouncing your words and all that kind of stuff, then yes. Jonathan also says audio is already bad. They need to move that blue bar because it blocks the subtitles. I think that might have been my blue bar where I was telling you what it was, because you were asking what the event was. So this is the opening of the court. Magistrate Ramsey is speaking, but we can't hear her. So hopefully they'll fix it. Alejandro says, well, that plays a big role in it. This why I don't want to work in these things. Understanding the accent plays a big role, and the proper English is needed. Yeah, I mean, it's all AI, right? Artificial intelligence trained to in real time. And it's good for people who are hearing impaired, because at least they can understand some of what's happening. Might be word for word, because at one point she said CTF or CFT or something, and it said CMT or some other foolishness. Oh, you guys are hearing her on the radio? That's so weird, because I can't hear her. Let me go back to my radio feed. Hold on. That's so weird, because I can't hear her. Let me go back to my radio feed. Hold on. Why am I? Hold on. Oh, hold on. My apologies. Okay. Hold on. Let me bring her back in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My Lady Chief Justice, Honourable Judges of the Grand Court, Honourable Chief Magistrate, and other Honourable Magistrates, President of the Justices of the Peace Association, Honourable Acting Attorney General, Council Member of the Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association, special guests, distinguished colleagues at the public and private bars, ladies and gentlemen. I second the motion of the Honourable Acting Attorney General for the opening of this year's Grand Court. And I am grateful to my Lady Chief Justice for the opportunity to address the court and in particular to mention highlights of 2022, aspirations of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in 2023, projects and plans to be executed, and also to comment on any initiatives to streamline the relationship which the office has with other stakeholders. First of all, I hark back to the speech which I made for you, my lady, on the day of your appointment to the position of Chief Justice. I mentioned then, and I repeat now, my commitment to work with you and with the judiciary in order to provide an effective and efficient criminal justice system. I would also like to mark the immense contribution of your predecessor, Sir Anthony Smellie. His long-lasting stamp on Cayman law will be felt for years to come. A more fulsome tribute will be given at his valedictory next week. However, for now, I would like to thank him for his dedicated service to this jurisdiction over many years and to wish him well in his deserved retirement. I would also echo the comments made by the Honourable Acting Attorney General regarding the service of His Excellency the Governor over the past 5 years, and also her comments in respect of Her Majesty the Queen and her passing. Turning to the highlights of 2022, the Office of the ODPP, as I'll call it, has gone through significant change in the last 12 months. First of all, I wish to thank Miss Candia James Malcolm, my deputy, for her careful stewardship of the office before my appointment in March of last year. Secondly, I can report that 2022 was another busy year for the office. It received over 2,200 requests for charging decisions to be made. 104 indictments were prosecuted before the Grand Court, compared with 83 in 2021. While Crown Counsel prosecuted in the region of 1,200 cases before the Summary Court and 940 or so cases before the Traffic Court. Notable cases prosecuted successfully by the office include one for gross negligence manslaughter involving a collision between two boats, another for murder, which saw a minimum term sentence of 33 years being imposed, firearm and robbery offences in which double-figure sentences were imposed, together with convictions after the 12-week trial of 2 defendants involved in the CONCACAF fraud. Internally, the office saw 2 Crown Counsel departing to pastures new, while 3 Crown Counsel joined our ranks, 1 in traffic and 2 in crime. We've also recruited a full-time paralegal officer, and the senior management team is now well and truly established. This assists me in the effective management of the office. In April 2022, soon after my appointment, the office reflected on its direction, its values, and its approach. This culminated in the office firmly establishing its mission and vision statements afresh in May 2022. These statements will feature on our new website, which is due to launch in early February. Our mission and vision statements are founded upon strong core values and a realistic strategic approach. At the heart of that strategic approach are two concepts, namely our people. We put our people first, supporting their success and their well-being through development of their knowledge, skills, and commitment, so enabling them to thrive. And casework excellence, driving standards in the quality of casework through legal expertise across departmental agencies and international cooperation to keep the public safe. This strategy, as defined, is designed to ensure public confidence in the way we deal with victims, witnesses, and in upholding the rights of defendants in a clear, fair, and transparent way. In addition, the office now has its own mentorship scheme and well-being program internally. Although an independent office, it still invests seriously in government strategy, and its members should be proud of their recent engagement survey results. While I mention the members of the office, I pay tribute to my dedicated team, which comprises administrative support staff, my personal assistant, serious crime case manager, paralegal officer, a witness care officer, Crown Counsel, senior Crown Counsel, my 2 assistant deputies, and my deputy director, all of who play a crucial role in getting each case to court. I'm immensely proud of those Crown Counsel and other members of my staff, many of who will be closely involved with any given case, who often have to work way beyond their contractual hours in order to ensure that the prosecution of any case goes smoothly in court, especially so where cases continue to increase in complexity. Turning to our interaction with others in the criminal justice system, the office has welcomed engagement with Chief Magistrate Foldatz. Regular court users meetings now occur at which relevant stakeholders, including our office, can provide feedback in order to further the smooth running of the summary and traffic court processes. Throughout 2022, Toyin Salako, Assistant Deputy, has been co-president of the ARIN Carib, that is Asset Recovery Interagency Network, together with Detective Chief Inspector Richard Barrow of ARSIPS. In November, together with ARSIPS, the office hosted successfully a conference at the Kimpton Seafire Resort, at which 50 or so law enforcement delegates attended. The office was delighted at the end of that conference to be asked to hold the presidency once more in 2023. Throughout 2022, again led by Toyin Salako, members of the office have continued to assist the Honourable Attorney General and Cayman Islands government in responding to FATF compliance questions. This culminated in members of the office attending the recent CFATF plenary, also in November. And I echo the comments of the Honourable Acting Attorney General regarding that event. It will be a privilege and a pleasure for the office to continue to support the Honourable Attorney General and the Cayman Islands government during the course of the Honourable Attorney General's presidency of the CFATF this coming year. In addition, during 2022, the office has assisted the Honourable Attorney General with proposals relating to legislation. I won't go into all of those proposals. I'll mention key highlights involving the Anti-Corruption Amendment Act, the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Order, which now treats certain gambling offences as lifestyle offences for confiscation proceedings, and the Traffic Amendment Act, which lowered the limits for drink driving cases. Turning to aspirations, projects and plans for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. For 2023, the office has a number of ongoing aspirations, projects and plans. And when considering our overall vision for the future, our people are at the heart of that. And the strategic approach of the office involves putting our people at the heart of what we do. This involves ensuring that the right office culture and ensuring the right work-life balance for those who work tirelessly as they prepare and prosecute cases in court. This approach will continue, not just for 2023, but beyond. Casework excellence and professional standards and the strategic approach of the office also involves driving professional standards upwards. This involves building upon all of the hard work implemented by the senior management team last year, for which I give thanks, with regard to regular training and development, regular appraisals of staff and counsel, and regular monitoring of the work of our Crown Counsel to ensure that cases are prosecuted to a high standard. In particular, the training and development programme put in place by my deputy, Ms. Candia James Malcolm, should provide all continuing professional development needs of new and established practitioners as they receive monthly training sessions and access to a state-of-the-art online resource facility which has been established. Digital capability and strong relationships are the other aspects of our strategic approach and involve ongoing projects for 2023. The website. For the past 4 months, the office has been designing and building its new website. Amongst other things, this will provide much needed information to the public, especially to do with criminal procedure and victim and witness care. It will assist with transparency and will also provide necessary information for those making requests to the office from overseas. The website should be up and running in February 2023. Computerization, and with the assistance of Dan Hayden and other members of the CIG Computer Services Department, the office is going digital. This involves a number of key aspects. Firstly, the office is expanding its digital case management system. Secondly, it involves all Crown Counsel leaving paper behind and presenting cases in court using laptops. This is as the court indicates its intention to enter the digital arena for case management and trial purposes. Thirdly, the office hopes for digital, I use the word hope, the office hopes for digital integration to some greater or lesser degree with, in particular, the office communicating with the court and RCIPs through APIs, application programming interfaces. I won't get into the technology, but apparently they work. The office will make any necessary arrangements to facilitate this process. And fourthly, it involves digital archiving of finished files with obvious cost and space savings. Moving on, with a careful eye to the future, the office has successfully recruited 3 new Crown Counsel who are due to commence their employment with us over the coming weeks. The office also has ongoing recruitment exercises for Senior Crown Counsel International to assist with the increase in overseas requests, fraud and financial crime offences, together with our FATF obligations. A second witness care officer in order for the office to fulfil its obligations under our witness charter and in particular in respect of summary court obligations, and a case progression officer to ensure that communication between the office and the court and with other court stakeholders is more efficient and effective. Further, the office welcomes the recent practice direction which relates to custody time limits, CTLs. Our updated internal rostering process enables the office to manage trials being accommodated within the recognised custody time limits. The office also welcomes the arrival of the Legal Services Act and the consequent establishment of the Legal Services Council. And as and when required to do so, the office will be happy to assist the council as it develops. In accordance with our strategic approach, the Office looks forward to strengthening its relationships with our key criminal justice system partners over the coming year. Finally, I echo the exact words of the Honourable Acting Attorney General in wishing a safe, prosperous and productive new year to your ladyship, all judges and magistrates, the court staff, fellow members of the legal profession, and those who attend today. My lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. DPP. I'm not allowed to forget your affection for acronyms. RSIPs, when we first met, I had to ask you what that was. And today, APIs and CTLs. Very modern of you. I will continue to have to spell out words, just I will have to continue to use paper on this bench to make my presentations. I know where we're going, but we're not all going to get there. Congratulations on becoming so digital that your counsel are able to present cases using, what was it? iPads? Good for them. I will not be writing my judgments on any such thing.
Milady, can I say?
You're right. I think it's the right direction.
Milady, not yet. CBC have something to do with the laptops arriving. Customs and Border Control.
Oh, thank you.
I'm trying to get them through customs.
Well, congratulations anyway, and congratulations on concluding what must have been an exciting strategic planning exercise where you renewed your mission and vision statements. And I commend you on your strategic approach, which is to put your people first. It is the only approach in anything we do, whether it's the people that we work with or the people that we serve. So if you can put them all first and still win, then you're ahead of the game. Thank you very, very much for your presentation. I'm going to refer to the figures, the prosecution figures for criminal matters in the jurisdiction in my speech, and have something to say about what you have said. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. And I now call on Mr. Barton, who I understand is speaking on behalf of Super President Eric Barton, or was there an election of which I'm unaware?
The former position is correct.
All right.
And I can assure you this pattern is not deliberate. Having said so, Mr. Barton offers his apologies for his unavoidable absence, and I have been asked to deliver the speech on his behalf. My Lady Chief Justice, honorable judges of the Grand Court, honorable Chief Magistrate, honorable magistrates, honorable Acting Attorney General, His Excellency the Governor, the Honorable Deputy Premier, my colleagues at the bar, our special and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. If it may please my lady, I have had the great honor of supporting the motion to open the Grand Court for the year of 2023 and making this speech on behalf of the Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association. As is customary, the SILPA President's Grand Court opening speech is used to raise awareness of SILPA's work over the past year and to highlight upcoming projects, challenges that we will no doubt face in the upcoming year. I am pleased to report that SILPA continues to move from strength to strength following the merger of the Cayman Islands Law Society and the Caymanian Bar Association. It now boasts over 600 members representing almost 70% of the legal profession. And although we faced many challenges this past year, SILPA has also made great progress with various initiatives advanced by the Council. From its inception, SILPA was primarily focused on two main pieces of legal industry reform: the Cayman Attorneys Regulatory Authority, CARA, and the Legal Services Act. This work will no doubt continue into 2022. CARA, now in its fourth year of operation, continues to successfully act as the AML supervisor for the attorneys in the Cayman Islands, with an exceptionally high caliber staff overseen by a board of non-lawyers, ensuring its independence from practicing attorneys who are subject to supervision. SILPA is extremely grateful for all the work done by CARA, the board of CARA, and the SILPA CFATIF committee. I should also take this opportunity to thank the government for its continued support of CARA, and in particular, the Financial Services Ministry and the Office of the Honorable Attorney General's Chambers. Of course, my lady, no Grand Court opening speech would be complete without mention of the Legal Services Act, which was passed by the Cayman Islands Parliament in late 2020, signaling the legal industry formal acceptance of the need for legal services reform for over some 50 years. The Legal Services Act is essential to ensure that the Cayman Islands is able to maintain its position as the preeminent jurisdiction for financial services. It introduces a formal code of conduct and modernizes the regulation of attorneys practicing Cayman law, both within the islands, whether as sole practitioners, members of firms, or as members of affiliate firms practicing outside the jurisdiction. It also provides a framework for the training, development, and progression of Caymanian attorneys, which is critical to the success of our legal services industry, but more specifically to the financial services industry. Although the LSA had been passed in 2020, I was unfortunately still unable to confirm at the time of last year's Grand Court opening that the Act had actually been commenced. Council's primary focus at the outset of 2022 was to continue its work with the government on the commencement of the LSA and a promulgation of the regulations. My lady, I feel extremely proud to report at this Grand Court opening that parts 1 and 2, as well as sections 99 and 101 of the Legal Services Act were finally commenced and made effective on the 14th of October, 2022. In December 2022, the first sets of appointments to the new Legal Services Council were made. We can also now look forward towards the commencement of the remaining parts of the LSA within the next few months, and finally move on to the next phase of the evolution of the Cayman Islands legal services industry. Mr. Deputy Premier. There was also various other important legislations passed or commenced over the last year, which involves a great deal of work by various SILPA members, along with, amongst others, the Ministry of the Financial Services. Of particular note was the Companies Act Part 5 reform, introducing the new restructuring officer regime in the Cayman Islands, which took a Herculean effort by many attorneys, accountants, members of the judiciary, and government. My lady, moving on to training and education, SILPA continues to play a vital, important role in the training of law students and attorneys in the jurisdiction. We work closely with the Truman Bodden Law School generally, but also as a part of the Legal Advisory Council, chaired by Your Lady, which is responsible for setting standards for legal education and practical training leading to the local qualification and enrollment as an attorney in the Cayman Islands. In furthering this mandate in 2022, SILPA formed a Cayman Islands Foundation jointly with the judiciary and the judicial administration called the Cayman Islands Judicial and Legal Education Institute, which my lady would be grateful to know we have just classified as the foundation. No acronyms there. The intention for this foundation is to run as a centralized platform for legal and judicial education in the Cayman Islands, covering a wide variety of programs throughout the year, including, my lady, advocacy workshops and the current judicial clerkship program. It is also hoped that the foundation will play an essential role in the regulation and provision of the continuing professional development and legal education requirement anticipated to impact all attorneys following the commencement of the remaining parts of the LSE. I am pleased also to report, as foreshadowed in my last opening speech, that SILPA was able to successfully launch the SILPA Seminar Series in 2022, and will continue this series this year. Many thanks to the SILPA Education Subcommittee for all their hard work in getting the program up and running once again after the COVID interference. The first session was jointly run with AMA, titled Cayman Sanctions, The Basics and Beyond, and was held at the Commander Bay Cinema. The second was run jointly by CPR and covered the new Cayman Islands Restructuring Officer regime. Both of these sessions were followed by a networking event, again, furthering our initiative to help connect members of CILPA with members of other local legal industry-related associations. Another 2022 initiative that CILPA worked on along with the Truman Bodden Law School and the Department of Legal Aid was the development of the first ever Cayman Islands Legal Assistance Clinic, which formally launched in May 2022. Throughout the clinic, students and attorneys provide advice on civil claims up to $20,000, as well as on criminal, traffic, and family matters. A great deal of effort was put into making this happen, in particular by Mr. Andrew Perkins of the law school and Ms. Darlene Oko, legal counsel in government. We hope that the clinic will provide greater access to justice for eligible members of the community through the provision of pro bono legal advice and assistance, and serve as an excellent training and education experience for students that participate alongside the qualified attorneys providing the advice. We are also pleased to announce the formation of the Criminal Bar Subcommittee, chaired by Mr. Richard Barton with Mr. Benjamin Tonner KC, and Ms. Prathna Bodden as committee members. We are excited for this development and hope that this will bring added value to the criminal defense bar. My lady, in terms of bereavement, we wish to acknowledge the unfortunate passing of Mr. Keith Collins, who was a prominent member of the criminal defense bar and will be greatly missed by the legal fraternity and all those that knew him personally. Before I close, I would like to mention two further events that took place during the course of 2022, which outside the commencement of the LSA were possibly the most important for the legal industry. The first was the appointment of your ladyship as the new and first female Chief Justice of the Cayman Islands, taking over from Sir Anthony Smelly KC, who held the position for over 24 years. I personally had the distinct honor and pleasure of working with Sir Anthony over the past 5 years on the Legal Advisory Council and various other CILPA initiatives. On behalf of the legal industry, we thank Sir Anthony for his service and his dedication and wish him all the best in his retirement. And of course, your ladyship and all the success in your new role. The second, my lady, was the attendance of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council to the Cayman Islands, which was probably the most significant event to occur within the legal industry since the establishment of our very own court system. For 1 week, members of the public were able to witness firsthand our final appellate court right here in the Cayman Islands. The week ended with a gala that was hosted jointly by the courts and CILPA, which by all accounts was a great success. We look forward to welcoming the Privy Council back to the Cayman Islands soon. In closing, I would like to thank my current fellow council members, Vice President and Secretary, Mr. Nick Bullmore, Treasurer, Mr. Justin Hart, Ms. Wanda Ebanks, Ms. Kendra Foster, Mr. Klein Glidden, and Mr. Richard Barton for giving up so much of their personal time outside of their very own heavy work commitments to support CILPA and all of its initiatives. It only remains, my lady, for me to formally second the Honorable Attorney General's motion to open the Grand Court for the year of 2023 and to take this opportunity to wish your ladyship, judges, court staff, and fellow members of the legal profession a happy and prosperous new year.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Like I say, I welcome the news of this Criminal Bar Association. It is high time we had a body which could represent the views of criminal advocates, because your concerns are very different from, let me say, the chamber type lawyers who dominate in numbers in the jurisdiction. And we often don't have a central body with whom we can communicate about issues that arise in the criminal divisions, which are such important divisions of the courts. I'm very pleased And at least we've mentioned Legal Services Act, finally, as concluded and no longer aspirational. And maybe after this year, we won't have to mention it at all. I think we'll all be very pleased with that. I'm excited about the training initiatives to be undertaken by the Judicial and Legal Educational Foundation. There's my brother, Kaylee. And congratulations on your series. And yes, I think the Legal Assistance Clinic is a feather in all our caps. And I see the director of the law school hiding in the back of the court. Forgive me for not recognizing you sooner. And from whom I'm sure we will one day have a report on the efficacy of that project. Thank you for mentioning the JCPC. That's another 300 words out of my speech. It was indeed momentous, historic. It was amazing. I was, Madam Attorney, starstruck. It wasn't just the bar. And thank you for mentioning that. It was indeed one of the high points of last year. Thank you, Mr. Barton. I now call on Mr. Colin McKee.
My lady, I'm very much obliged. It would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the Honorable Chief Magistrate who, through the Court Users Committee that my learned friend Mr. Davis mentioned, recommended the formulation of a subcommittee by virtue of SILPA, resulting in the Criminal Defense Bar subcommittee. So I want to personally acknowledge Mr. Valdez for his...
Well, I'm going to give him all the credit then for the work you've done. Quite
Very
right.
good. I'm obliged, my lady. May it please you.
For seeing the lacuna and advising the council to fill it. Mr. McKee.
Protocol having already been established by the prior speakers. If it may please my Lady Chief Justice, I am privileged to be able to support the motion to open the Grand Court for the year 2023, moved by Madam Attorney and seconded by Mr. Director and the President of the Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association, and to provide these brief remarks with the minimum use of acronyms. It would be remiss of me not to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Sir Anthony Smelly's contribution to our jurisprudence. From his elevation to the bench on the 11th of October 1993 to the end of the most recent 2021 volume of the Cayman Islands Law Reports, 405 of Sir Anthony's judgments have been reported. That number will no doubt continue to grow until the law reports have published judgments up to and including the 25th of October 2022, when Sir Anthony demitted office. In addition to those reported judgments, there are many more judgments that were not reported. I do not have those figures, not least because Sir Anthony had been on the bench for over 8 years before I became a consulting editor to the law reports. Nevertheless, I would hazard that the number of his unreported judgments is measured in the many thousands. A full appreciation of the learning and wisdom of Sir Anthony's judgments must await another more appropriate occasion. But it is fair to say that they shine with his intellect, learning, wisdom, and experience. Speaking as Secretary of the Grand Court Rules Committee, and noting my predecessor on my left, the Honourable Andrew Jones, King's Counsel, and therefore thus strictly beyond the remit of the law reports, I also wish to take this opportunity to recognise Sir Anthony's chairmanship of the Grand Court Rules Committee. He has brought great energy, experience, and foresight into the drafting of rules, practices, and procedures across all aspects of the work of the Grand Court. Time today does not afford me the opportunity to give a proper account of Sir Anthony's tireless work on this essential aspect of the office of Chief Justice. As my lady is aware, the preparation and publication of our law reports in 2020 and 2021 was much delayed. No one will be surprised to know that the fundamental reason for those delays was COVID, my first and only acronym, which impacted upon every stage of the review, editing, preparation, printing, publication, and dispatch of the law reports. In 2022, everyone concerned in those processes made great efforts to clear the backlog. Although substantially cleared, publication of our reports in 2022 was still not as timely as it had been the case prior to the onset of COVID. Nevertheless, absent any unforeseen circumstances, the editors are confident that by the end of this year, publication timetables will be restored to that which prevailed in 2019 and earlier years. Our courts delivered 205 judgments in 2022. They may be broken down as follows. In the Grand Court, Financial Services Division, 112 judgments. In the Civil Division, 39. In the Criminal Division, including appeals from the Summary Court, 24. And the Family Division, 8. In the Court of Appeal, there were 20 judgments. And in the Privy Council, 2. All judgments are, of course, available on the judicial website. We understand from the administrator that the judicial website is undergoing renewal and improvement, which changes will no doubt facilitate the ready access to judgments.
Mm-hmm.
We thank you and the judges of the Grand Court, the President of the Court of Appeal and the Justices of Appeal, the Chief Magistrate and the magistrates, for your unceasing dedication to administer justice in these islands independently, fairly, and efficiently. Much of that involves long hours outside of court, such as preparing for hearings, writing judgments, and ensuring the efficient administration of our courts. I wish to express our thanks to those people, based here and overseas, who have willingly given up their valuable time in 2022 to sit as acting judges of the Grand Court and as acting magistrates. In the Grand Court, the acting judges comprised Marlene Carter, His Honour Roger Chappell, Eileen Downey, the Honourable Marva MacDonald Bishop, the Honourable Robin Macmillan, Tim Owen, King's Counsel, the Honourable Dale Palmer, Simon Russell Flint, King's Counsel, Philip St. John Stevens, David Southey, King's Counsel, Alistair Walters, the Honourable Frank Williams, and Michael Wood, King's Counsel. In the Summary Court, the acting magistrates comprised Suzanne Bothwell, Robert Jones, David McGrath, and Adam Roberts. We also wish to express our gratitude to the administrator, the clerk of the court and her deputies, and all the administrative, technical, security and support staff at the courthouse who, behind the scenes, work hard and diligently to assist and serve the public and the attorneys. It now only remains for me to wish a happy, healthy, and prosperous new year to you and all of our judges, magistrates, and clerks, to the entire administrative staff, to all members of the profession, and to the people of the Cayman Islands. I have the honour and privilege to support Madam Attorney's motion this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mickey. And might I just say that the former Chief Justice's energy, experience, and foresight didn't just apply to his work on the Rules Committee, but in almost every aspect of his remit as Chief. You have said you don't have much time today, but of course you know that there will be a valedictory next week, and I expect we will take up more than the hour allotted. Where's my brother who's organizing the conference? More than the hour allotted in order to sing Sarafi's praises. If we're late for the conference, it is all the same because he's being celebrated in both. A little bit more on that after, but thank you for giving us the numbers of judgments reported. It doesn't paint the whole picture of the work of the courts to say 8 family judgments were rendered might give with the false impression that that court is not performing. And so I have something to say in my contribution about that and the blueprint for excellence and our intention to capture data to make what used to be called, what was it, lies, dandelions, and statistics, to make
Thomas
them
Carlyle.
actually make sense and be useful, and not something that we manipulate, but that we really have the data. But when we say 8 family cases, we can move on to say, at the same time, there were 359 cases in that division. 66 of them were resolved in mediation. Another 100 of them were simply resolved by the court outside of mediation, leaving only 8 to be tried. Put that way, the work of the family division is more impressive, isn't it? And so we are going to be embarking upon this program of excellence, at the heart of which is performance measurement, so that when we speak about work done, it is in a context that can inform our decisions. Yours as a publisher of our reports, us as the persons who must provide court staff and judges to try matters and inform the public who are the users of our services, the public and the bar. So thank you very much as ever for your contribution, Mr. McKee. All right, well, I declare the court open. And might I just suggest to my colleagues who sit below that they use Google Word Count too. So it's a very good guide as to how long your speech actually is. I have 11:25, and I'm going to be very frank and say this to persons who would ordinarily expect to be recognized or have a personal mention on this occasion. You're all in my written speech. And so if I don't mention names as I go along, it's not because we haven't remembered you. It's simply in the interest of time. That said, I'm starting with Sir Anthony, and I'm not going to say that he's in my speech. And I'm going to reiterate that when I said my farewells, when I was being sworn in, what you don't know is that that day when I was sworn in the public was supposed to be Sir Anthony's valedictory. And he gave it up for me. And so I'm very, very pleased that we're able to have his valedictory ceremony on Monday the 16th. It will start at 2, finish at 3 in time for my brother's conference, which begins at 3:15. The valedictory is to celebrate his work. And then the conference is actually to examine in greater detail some of those 450 cases that Mr. McKee just mentioned. We could be here all night. We'll have to be very selective. My contribution to that is already well in excess of 25 pages, and I need to do another Google search. So I trust that you have all received your invitations. This is not the usual turnout at the opening. I know we're being live streamed, so I'm saying this to those who are watching, that please join us for both the valedictory and for the conference, which has been organized by my brothers K. William Cedar. We look forward to seeing you there. There are a few farewells that I have to make because these persons have served too long and too faithfully for me to say your names are in my report. We said farewell last year to the court's law librarian, Mrs. Beverly Spears, who retired in May 2022. Miss Bev, she was fondly known, was also the librarian for the officers, the DPP, the Attorney General's office, and the law school. And she did this for many years. According to our records, Miss Bev served us in the courts for over 19. And that's extraordinary when you consider that working in the law libraries was her second career. And that before that, Miss Bev had been the librarian to our public schools. So she has lived a life of service, providing extraordinary service to the public schools and to the courts and the other legal departments. So and she managed all of those 4 agencies, us and the offices of the DPP, etc., with great aplomb. She was never at a loss. And we really thank her for her service. And on that note, I take the opportunity to welcome our new librarian, Victor Valerian. I'm sure I've gotten that wrong, Victor, and I do apologize. But who is proving to be a very worthy successor and has gotten us a whole slew of books in a digital format. So I'm going to be forced to learn to do research digitally. And so congrats to Mr. Victor for that. We also lost, when I say lost, that sounds bad, Mr. Claude J.R. Douglas also retired. He was, I think, better known as a musician in the J.R. band than he was as a marshal of the court. But we used that strength of his too, because for many, many years, up until his retirement, J.R. was our resident sound man for the Grand Court opening, and he managed all the court's audio needs. So we thank him for his support of the judiciary over his many years of service. In 2022, we also said goodbye to Mrs. Patricia Palmer, who was a personal assistant to the Chief Justice for some 16 years before she transitioned to a new post of Judicial Affairs Administrative Manager in 2021. That post has responsibility for the arrangements, for the rosters, for the temporary judges that you've heard Mr. McKee speak of. These are judges. I depart from the Chief Justice in this. I prefer to refer to them as a supplementary panel because they augment the capacity of the court when we need it and provide specialist skills when those are needed as well. So Ms. Pat did that in her last year before taking her retirement. And we thank Ms. Palmer for her years of dedicated service to Sir Anthony, as well as these other members of the judiciary for whom she was responsible. We wish her well in her retirement. And I take this opportunity to formally welcome her replacement, Ms. Renee Shortridge. A number of employees in the organization competed for new posts and won them. These are not promotions per se, because we don't have the power to promote, but they were all, for each of these employees, upward transition and to be commended because it was in the course of open competition for new posts. I'm not going to mention them, they know who they are, and they're in my speech. We also welcome 17 new hires. Again, I cannot list them all, but I'm especially pleased by the recruitment of an additional court reporter. This is important not only to address the current backlog in court reporting, and I say that without any criticism of the court reporting staff. There's only so much you can do with so many people. But having the new court reporter will allow my sister Richards to have 3 criminal courts sitting in April. And she tells me that they're very important sittings. 2 matters are murders and one a child rape. And so it's important to be able to accommodate these particular matters when the child victim is not in school and can be accommodated by the court. As my colleagues below have mentioned all the milestones of 2022, the JCPC visit, and I think I should just mention that, you know, the justices presided, as Jan Barton mentioned, in the 2 new courtrooms. We're very pleased to have been able to bring those courtrooms online last year. It has, these are in the lower courts on the Cardinal Avenue. It has given us a welcome increase in capacity, particularly in these circumstances where one court will be assigned to the Court of Appeal. In years past, whenever the Court of Appeal was here, they took over a courtroom which was otherwise being used, and so one court had to cease sitting for that session. That will no longer happen. They can now work on endlessly whether or not the Court of Appeal is here. And I'm speaking primarily to the magistrates who would often suffer a loss of court space. Now, there are loads of people to thank for bringing that project to fruition. Again, I cannot mention them each, but they're in my speech. We have some IT infrastructure landmarks. Mr. DPP, you'll be pleased to know that we are working line on line with you and the other agencies to improve our digital platforms. I think and I'm sure she will be bold enough to stand up and correct me. The clerk says that we have completed the final rollout of the Curia Apex case management platform within the FST, the Civil Registry, and the Civil Division. So perhaps that started off sounding really good. We've only completed it in 3 divisions, and there's much, much more work to do. But the platform allows us to disseminate rulings, orders, judgments, and applications. And the streamlining of these documents within the platform is another milestone in the journey started by Sir Anthony to becoming a paperless court. Attorneys and notaries are now able to pay for their practicing fees and notary renewals on our online portal. We are all over any initiative which allows us to collect money more efficiently. And so attorneys, you can now pay online. We also have the capability, offer the capability to self-represented litigants, police officers, and other justice sector agencies to have online access to courts' offices to file court documents without having to commute to the court building. So once they're registered on the website as a user, they can use the eFolio portal to file. As I said, we are testing an e-payment component of the Curia platform, and we're currently exploring, and Justice Doyle, I didn't take it from his website, but we did come up with the idea of kiosks. When I checked David Doyle's website, Mr. Justice Doyle, who was then First Deemster, a very attractive name for Chief Justice. When he was First Deemster in the Isle of Man, I think they had 25 kiosks where you could pay fines, baby money, it's maintenance, and other court fees. And I think this is a way to go. I'd like to have a ATM sort of kiosk outside every library, maybe every bar. I am not going to choose locations wherever I think people might be. Yeah, before they spend the money. And so we're working on not just the online platform to improve payments but thinking outside the box. But how outside the box is it if it's already being done in the Isle of Man? But thinking of introducing things like the kiosk so we can better collect the money due to, as we say to us, but simply the money due for court payments. I have to tell you something else because it's really exciting news. Well, I think it is. I don't know how the public will regard it. If they think we've suddenly become quite threatening, and I'll explain that to you. The issue of adequate court security has been a topic of concern for years. And with the support of the Commissioner of Police, and you will tell him, DC Kurt, that we mentioned this today, with the full support of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Derek Burke, and the government, we now have a formally established court protective unit. It operates under the auspices of the Royal Cayman, RCIPS. It operates under the aegis of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. It comprises 14 auxiliary officers, and there's a sergeant to be appointed later this year. And this means that in 2023, court security will largely comprise uniformed auxiliary officers. That's why I said I'm not sure how the public will receive this, because there will be police with red seams at every point of the court. But for me, this is not only is the existence of the auxiliary force welcome, but the fact that they have that show of force, that they're in full uniform, that already wins half the security game. Just being visibly on the court premises in uniform, it's a great advantage, but that is not all. Of course, they're completely and fully trained officers. So they will understand how to effect powers of arrest. Sometimes we do have to arrest people at the court compound, it's rare. And how to maintain law and order within the courts. And now we have 9 open courtrooms. That's a good number. We now have 9 open courts We have other rooms that operate as chambers, which judges can choose to use as open courts. I know we have so many, we do need a professional staff to ensure the safety, not just of the judicial officers, but of all the persons who come and use the court. That's 15 minutes. Now, I want to tell you about my plans. Madam Attorney, you mentioned the Blueprint for Excellence. We have two objectives for 2023. The first of which is to establish a blueprint for excellence, for court excellence. And I had promised to, at my swearing-in, to elaborate more on this. And I'm going to do this now. I hesitated, because I thought you might all feel that you had a very long lecture and not distracted by PowerPoint. I almost introduced a PowerPoint into the open because I don't want to lose your interest. So bear with me while I sketch out for you this blueprint for excellence, because this is the last time I'm going to discuss it publicly, although we will have intensive meetings on it privately with our staff, our stakeholders, and court users. It is the judiciary's intention to implement what is called the International Framework for Court Excellence. I'm going to refer to it hereinafter as the framework. The blueprint for excellence will inform the strategic planning exercise on which the court will embark in March of this year. It is my view that the results of implementing the framework will inform us of the areas of the courts where we are performing under par and give us the tools we need to drive performance forward. I mentioned at my swearing in, I don't like making decisions shooting from the hip. I think in today's world, when we have the facility of capturing data, we should use the data to inform our decision making. Now, the framework was designed by an international consortium for court excellence, which includes the National Center for State Courts, among others. You may not know this, but it was a research done by the National Center for State Courts that prompted us to introduce the drug court. That and our experience of our friend in Canada, I can't remember his name, his experience of the drug courts in Canada. This is data-driven justice. Nobody decided to do a drug court because they thought it would be a good idea. When we introduced it, there was a lot of data that justified its establishment. And I think, if I recall, a few years ago, our local drug court was actually evaluated by an external agency. I think it was the National Drug, what do they call it? NDC. That's an acronym. And I can't remember what the C stands for. Council. That's the one, National Drug Council. There you have me, Mr. DPP. And I think it got very good marks. And this is what we want. We want to establish programs which can be internally or externally evaluated so we know where we are. Now, the framework is not complex, but it is a lot of information to condense on an occasion like this. And I do run the risk of losing your interest or overwhelming you, but just ask you again to bear with me. The framework is a quality management, not assurance, Mr. Harris, quality management system. I did see your report in the press. It is a quality management system designed to help courts improve performance. It is built on 10 core judicial values. Those are equality before the law, fairness, impartiality, independence of decision-making, competence, integrity, transparency, accessibility, timeliness, and certainty. These are universal core values for judges. The framework identifies 7 areas of court excellence which are aligned with those values. The 7 areas of court excellence are these. 1, court leadership and management. To provide organizational leadership that promotes a proactive and professional management culture, pursues innovation, and is accountable and open. Court planning and policies to formulate, implement, and review plans and policies that focus on achieving the court's purpose and improving the quality of performance. 3, court proceedings, to ensure the court's proceedings and dispute resolution services are fair, effective, and efficient. Public trust and confidence, to maintain and reinforce public trust and confidence in the court and the administration of justice. 5, user satisfaction. That's something we don't ever ask. User satisfaction, to understand and take into account the needs and perceptions of the court users relating to the court's purpose. 6, court resources, and this will speak to the government, to manage the court's human, material, and financial resources properly, effectively, and with the aim of gaining the best value. 7, affordable and accessible services, to provide practical and affordable access to information, court processes, and service. The last aspect of the framework are the global measures of excellence. And just like the core values, the global measures of excellence speak for themselves. The use of the global measures is because what the framework really is a methodology for assessing the court's performance against those 7 areas of excellence. And it provides clear guidance for the courts as to who intend to improve their performance. What the ICFE framework says is this: a foundation stone of excellent court planning and performance is a maintenance of accurate, comprehensive, and reliable information and databases. And when I'm finished with this, I'm going to come back to Mr. McKee and to Mr. Davis on their record of cases done, judgments handed down, and the court's own records, because there was no mesh. In fact, we were so far apart, I had to consult with my sister Richards on the numbers of work going out of the court. We know the numbers coming in because everything is registered. What we're not recording with any great efficiency, I see the Chief Magistrate agreeing with me. What we're not recording with equal efficiency is the work that's being produced. So as the framework says, maintenance of accurate, comprehensive, reliable information and databases is essential to assessing the performance of a court. It's also essential to assessing whether the strategies, the activities that we have selected for improvement are having effect. 11, there are 11 global measures. I'm going to run through them. Stay with me, or next year I will bring the PowerPoint. Court user satisfaction. That's the % of court users who believe that the court provides procedural justice. Now, if you listen to the blogs, you read the blogs, you listen to some of our media houses, there's a lot of court users who don't believe that there is procedural justice, i.e. accessibility, fairness, accuracy, timeliness, knowledgeable players, both on your side and on mine, or courteous judicial services. So this is one of the things that they measure: court user satisfaction, access fees, the average fees paid in civil cases, case clearance rate. That's one that everybody is familiar with. It's the number of outgoing cases as a proportion of the number of incoming cases. On-time case processing, the percentage of cases disposed of or otherwise resolved within established timeframes. Duration of pretrial custody. We now have custody time limits. The average time between the time defendant has been detained and when his case is concluded. Court file integrity, that's a percentage of case files that can be located and retrieved in a timely manner, and files that meet established standards of accuracy, organization, and completeness. We've all had files missing affidavits or certain documents. Case backlog, that needs no explanation. Trial date certainty, that's when I tell you to come on January 16th for your trial and you come, you are tried. Employee engagement. The employees in the organization, and I'm not carrying any brief for them, but I think they have felt among all persons within the court the least engaged. Now we're going to have, this whole process starts with a survey. And the survey is administered by the court, and it asks questions. Let me see if I can find one of the questions. It asks questions like, do you think your leadership has been innovative and inclusive? And the answer could be anything from, I don't understand, to innovative, and anything in between. Now what happens is that you have a score. You score each of these answers 0 to 5, and you produce a result which is going to guide the strategic planning process. Having administered this questionnaire, we will know where we are falling below the optimum performance standards and where we are performing at those standards. I'm just saying, I suspect that the questions that ask our employees, our staff, whether they are included in this decision-making process, whether they understand the work that we do, I'm concerned that we're not going to get a high score. And for me, because we will all, this is a collaborative process, we will all have an opportunity to say which of the measures we are going to pursue first. You don't have to pursue all 11 measures the same day. Measure 10 was compliance with court orders. I know the court administrator has a bee in her bonnet, if I may say, about people not complying with court orders, particularly in maintenance. She thinks court orders are made to be obeyed, and especially in the case of women, that the money must be collected. And the last one, and some of you might remember this from the Auditor General's report, something called cost per case. So that's 11 measures. We will all have the one that we want to advance. Me, I would like to start with the employee engagement. This is it's similar to your engagement survey, DG, but directed primarily at the court staff. Others will want to consider cost per case. I should think that any administrator would be concerned with identifying that cost, the cost to the court of trying each case. So there's a lot of work to do, but this will inform our strategic planning, which will start very quickly. As soon as we can complete the questionnaire, then we will know what areas we want to focus on. Those of you who've done strategic planning will understand SWOT analysis. So the questionnaire will let us know where our strengths are, where our weaknesses are, identify opportunities and threats. Using the framework's guidance, we won't need to be finding our own targets. The framework provides the targets for us. I'm excited, and I'm excited to work collaboratively with all court users and stakeholders, and that includes the police, the prison, who is not here today, but hopefully they will attend when we come to make the internal presentation. It will include government departments such as DCFS, counseling. It will include the HSA, because that is for our mental health clients, as well as the children who have drug abuse issues, who should never be in a criminal or non-therapeutic setting. We'll also collaborate with the GLSE. It is my intention to have a greater collaboration with the GLSE throughout my tenure. It's currently an enormous resource. The chairman himself is a business leader who trains innovative leadership. And we have Miss Bridget, who runs a family company which is known for its customer service. So right there within the JLSC, we already have an extraordinary talent. our JLAC has on it the President of the Caribbean Court of Justice, which is the only Caribbean court to be admitted into the international consortium or accepted by the international consortium as a court of excellence. And so we have Adrian Saunders there as a resource. Our friend next door, Chief Justice Brian Sykes, he is, I think, 3 years or 4 years into his own Court of Excellence plan. Can't remember what he called his. But he's 3 or 4 years in and has a statistician now on staff in order to capture the data to inform this process. I have the DG here, and he's already told me that the resources that I need are already within the government. We will see if that's true. But I'm going to use all the resources he does have. But I will tell you that the National Center for State Courts will assist in the process. When you read the paper, the strategic plan for the Jamaican courts, right there on the list, it was a representative of the National State Court. So we're not going to be alone. We will have loads of help, both from within and externally from the DG and from the state courts. You know, Singapore, the Singapore State Court is one of the founding members of this international consortium. The World Bank has heaps of data of different things. And in the section I call rule of law, Singapore has a rating of 95. I don't know if this is the occasion to share that on that same data, World Bank data, we're at 75. When it was first introduced in 1996, we were at 91. So this will help us to recover that ground. And it's not about judgments, because there is no question that our judgments and our judges, myself perhaps not included, our judges are without parallel across the world. But it measures those things that I just spoke about, which is a perception of accessibility, timeliness. It is not measured on whether people are actually getting it, but whether they perceive it. And so this is what we hope to address. Now, I could go on forever, but I won't, because it is in my report. And if you're at all interested, then you can read the rest of it online. Save for one thing. Just want to mention one bit of statistics, as I have to. I have to because of what I just said between Mr. Simon's figures for the criminal courts and Mr. McKee's figures for the cases. When I got my report from the clerk of courts, I took it to my sister and I said, "Your clearance rate is appalling." And she said, "That can't be right." And she went back and she looked and she said, "We've done over 100 cases this year." And of course, it tallies what Mr. Davis has said. We've done 104 cases in the High Court. And I'm going to tell you why that's significant. Apart from the fact it's significant that our data capture is not perfect. Mr. McKee gave his first submission to me, said that the civil jurisdiction only published 8 judgments, which I knew wasn't correct because I think I'd done 8 myself. I made an overbidding. But we discovered that there was in fact 39. I'm demonstrating the work that already needs to be done without even applying this questionnaire. But let me tell you what the figures do say, the ones that I do have. Note that the only information we capture is case disposition. We're not capturing anything else. We're not capturing how soon they're being disposed of. We're not capturing how many people were in custody before they were. We're not capturing that data. We're only capturing the disposition rate. So this is the good news, because I like to end on that note. And the good news is this. In the High Court, the Grand Court, 102 indictments were filed. In the same year, 104 were disposed of. That is a clearance rate. That's a case clearance rate in excess of 100%. Let me explain case clearance rates to you. A case clearance, it's a bit like she says, a case clearance rate of 100% indicates that the judiciary, the courts, can manage the cases that come into the system. Anything lower than that makes it abundantly clear that we're not coping with the number of cases that come in. If the court's clearance rate was 70% of 100, it would mean that every year 30 cases go forward. You can easily do the math and know that in 9 or 10 years of 30 cases going forward, we would have so many cases, it would take us 10 years to do them all. And the only way to avoid that is to ensure that you maintain your clearance rate at 100%, or if there's an existing backlog, that you have a clearance rate in excess of 100%. So I congratulate my sister, Richards, and of course, her able supplementary panel of judges who come on a very regular basis to assist in the criminal courts in particular. I really welcome this morning Justice St. John Stevens, who is here to assist in crime. And it is essential that the High Court Criminal Division continues to have a case clearance rate in excess of 100, because 77 cases were brought forward from 2021. If we don't continue or improve the existing case clearance rate, we will continue to have a backlog. Let us just quickly look at my friends in the summary report. If I have their figures, I do, but it's not here. Yes, it is. Hang on. In the summary report, crime, just focusing on crime, there were 872 cases filed, 943 cases disposed of. That's a clearance rate of 106%. If we were elsewhere, we would take off our wigs and go, woo! Look at the Chief Magistrate and his team, because that's an exceptional job well done. You did carry 456 cases forward. So you had as many cases coming forward as you had filed for the entire year. But the prospect is still good, because as long as your clearance rate remains over 100%, you will make steady diminution, steady inroads on your backlog. Brings me to one last thing. I know I'm about to lose you. The last thing is this. The magistrates need to continue this momentum. They cannot afford the case clearance rate to drop below 100%. Now, I've been advised that the town hall, which has been used as a court since I came here in 1998, is no longer available. I make no criticism of the state. Apparently it is overdue for renovation, and so it should be. So what I'm proposing, and I discussed it with the Chief Magistrate, who may not have had a chance to discuss it with his friends. What I'm proposing is that we establish our first district court and locate a space in West Bay for the immediate purpose of handling the cases that would have gone to the town hall, but also for the purpose of using it as a pilot court. I think the benefit of such a court, if we establish a district court now to replace the town hall, it gives us the opportunity to explore district courts in Bodentown. These district courts would supplement what would now become the Georgetown District Court, all right? It doesn't require the establishment of any other registries. We're going paperless. Your registry is in your suitcase, sorry, your handbag, or it's in your computer, because everything will be filed online. So I don't need people in these courts to man up courts. You can file a document at Bodentown. Filing would take place as it does today, just like we do with the BRAC. You think people fly here from the BRAC to file cases? We take the cases to the BRAC once a month and we do them there. And the magistrates will simply, as we do in Jamaica, welcome to outstation courts, pack up the grip and drive to the outstation and sit. All right? And can I just say this? Anybody who has to drive to West Bay, that's a 20-minute drive. Some of us who come from larger jurisdictions had to drive upwards of 2 hours. to get to the outstation courts. Roads that only cart and buggy should have attempted. I'm excited by this because the whole idea of, say, circuit courts and the whole idea, say, in Jamaica, or outstation courts, is to take justice to the people. You don't have the public incur expense traveling to a central point to have their cases tried. You take the courts to them. And so that is what we're going to do. And I think it will be well received by the residents in the districts. It will ease the congestion in Georgetown. It surely is not right to have to park at Ale Thompson and walk to come to court because there's no parking in the neighborhood, right? I might have exaggerated, Pastor, but just might. Let's say end of Mary Street. And so this will ease the congestion in Georgetown. Let people not have to struggle to find parking. It will create court space without having to find any further space in the center of town for developing courts. And I think it will rationalize the delivery of justice. But I don't have to think, because we're embarking on the Court Excellence Program, and so I'll be able to measure. All right? I will not be thinking, I'll be measuring whether or not this initiative has the earmarks of success. All right, I have so much more to say, but it will have to wait on maybe till next year when I can report on my successes and remind you then about what I haven't said today. It's all in my report. So thank you very much for your kind attention. I'm going to invite you now to join us. Oh, yes, join us outside for some refreshments. And I just wanted to say that you will have noticed that Mr. Ruben Alberga is not here. This will be the first year, I think, 30 years, longer, that he has not attended at an opening of the Grand Court. For as long as there have been openings, he has been here. But I want to assure you, he is still with us. He's just not here today. I understand Ms. Alberga suffered a fall. I wish him, and all of us do, a swift recovery, and may we see him next year as ever. Thank you. I'm going to invite Mr. Josen to adjourn the court.
Silence, Oscar. This honorable court now stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. today. God save the king.
For that pen mark.